Ready? Good morning. Oh, it's on. Good. Hi, everybody. Good morning. December. Needless to say, remind everybody that tomorrow the winter is returning to all of us. So bundle up in your holiday warm attire. I'm expecting to see a lot of red and white on the streets, Santa hats, etc.
It's a range.
Whatever.
It's just kind of like it's
Same as this.
You know what? I'm sure I like this one. I can't see stuff.
all yeah, right.
On here.
We need to.
It's right here.
Okay.
Let's see, let's get I don't know.
All right. We are now all ready.
Yeah, these things help me.
Listen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before I call this to order with the board, I know we've had several board meetings before that, but I'm going to consider this your first official one, since you have not only been sworn in officially and ceremonially. So congratulations once again. Some of you may have met each other now for the very first time. Not all are in attendance. Some will be attending remotely, but welcome everybody. So let's call this meeting to order. It is 10:50. What is it? 9:56, 9:57?
Yeah.
And it is Tuesday, December 10th, and I'd like to call the Kane County Board meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Ellen,
Present.
Bates,
Here.
Berman,
Here.
Doherty.
Doherty here.
Thank you. Garcia,
Garcia here.
Right.
Gums. Iqbal,
Present.
Juby,
Here.
Caius,
Still here.
Leonard,
Leonard here.
Lewis,
Who's here?
Linder,
Linder here.
Melina.
Melina
Genesis?
present.
Okay, thank you.
Hennis is here.
Roth,
here.
Sanchez,
Sanchez present.
Strathman, Surgis,
Tarver's here.
Tepe,
Steppy here.
Here.
Young, and Madam Chair. You are
Okay,
here.
very
You're
good.
quorum.
And I believe Mr. Doherty has asked to attend remotely,
Mhm.
and Ms. Molina has asked also to attend remotely. Do I have your permission to allow them to come into the meeting? Yes, okay, very good. Welcome, both of you. And thank you for joining us. Alrighty. Since Ms. Molina is here, Ms. Molina, will you be able to lead us in the pledge?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I pledge allegiance.
Hold on, but get everybody up. Hold on.
Okay.
Ready to go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty is for all.
All right, wonderful.
We'll work on that.
Not bad for the first.
Sorry, I have poor
remote.
reception. I'm going to be in and out. My reception is really bad where I'm at.
Oh, okay, all right, but good job, good job. We tried to follow you along. May I have a motion and second to approve the minutes of October 30th, 2024 and November 12th, 2024? And I'd like to do them separately because some of you were not here for the October 30th one. So may I have a motion to approve?
Roth for the 30th would request unanimous approval.
And Mr. Iqbal, you had your,
Both.
oh, for both?
Both.
Well, yes, but hold on, let's do one.
Would take precedence.
Yes, so we're doing for October 30th?
Yes,
And do I have your permission to
unanimous.
consensus for the October 30th? Unanimous support for October 30th
Yes,
minutes. Okay, very good. Thank you. And now for November 12th, do I have unanimous support, a motion for unanimous support?
Mr. Iqbal can do that one.
Mr. Iqbal? Yes. Okay, thank you. And unanimous support for October, November 12th? Yes, very good. Thank you. All right, we have some public comment.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a request to make a motion to amend the agenda to move appointments to number 7 before the consent agenda. of the appointments?
Well, can we please wait until we get through public comment and then we can get to that before
I
we do
just
the
know that we
agenda?
try to make the adjustments of the agenda at the beginning, and I just want to make that
Oh,
request.
duly noted. Let's get through public comments, sir, first.
Need
Motion.
a second?
Is that a
Yes,
motion?
I made a motion.
Second,
Okay,
Was it seconded?
I can second. Juby.
we seconded.
Okay, so just wanted to get through public comment before we had this discussion. So could you repeat that? You would like to do it now before we do public comment, sir?
Said there was being moved.
After public comment, before consent agenda.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Tarver, I'm sorry. I cannot hear you.
My apologies. To move up the appointment section after public comment, but before the consent agenda.
And Juby, second on that.
So. Second.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, whose motion was that?
Who's speaking?
Doherty.
I don't think it's my hearing. I think it's just a very soft microphone use. Mr. Doherty, could you repeat what you said?
Whose motion?
Mr. Tarver.
Tarver was second by Leslie Juby.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we have a motion, a second. Is there any discussion on
Madam
this?
Chair,
Yes. Yes,
Mrs.
sir.
Caius. I'm not sure just how complicated it's going to be to do the appointments, but it's not necessary. My understanding from the state's attorney is that it's not necessary to do that prior to conducting business.
You can do the appointments at any time during this meeting as long as it's done during this meeting.
It's not required to do it at any particular time. I'm not in favor of this in that if there does get to be a lot of discussion, and I think that is a possibility. We have had problems in the past having extremely long board meetings and having not able to take care of the business of the county. And I think that takes priority over the
That is also my concern. We have people here from Pace and.
Point of
Metra
order, Madam
to
Chair.
speak.
Point of order, Madam Chair. As a point of reference, this is a discussion for the board members.
I understand that, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Is there
you.
any other discussion? I reckon, I believe that Mr. Pennis, your hand was up before?
No.
No? Mr. Young?
David Young, I am in favor of this simply because as the meetings do drag on, some of us may not be able to attend later on for that discussion. So I am in favor of this. Thank you.
All righty. Anybody else? See nobody's hands up with that. With that, could you call the roll? And this is to simply move this agenda item up now. It'll take
After
the-
public comment.
Yes.
After public comment.
No, before the consent agenda. So it would be E after chairman's comment. So number 7, just before consent agenda is what the motion was.
Okay. Everybody understand? Okay.
all appointments, right?
The appointments, we're going to be moving the agenda item.
We do do a vote on that because
Yes, we have to take a vote.
I'm ready. Ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Ellen? Bates?
Yes.
Berman?
No.
Doherty?
3-0.
Garcia?
Sia, yes.
Ripe?
Gripe, yes.
Gums? Did you arrive? Iqbal?
Yes.
Juby?
Juby, I.
Caius? Caius, no. Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Lewis, no.
Linder, yes.
Molina?
Molina, no.
Genesis?
Genesis, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman is not here. Surgis? Tarver?
However, yes.
Happy no.
Williams?
Williams, no.
Young?
Yes.
I think the yeas have it.
14-7.
All righty.
Yep.
All right, so the request to move the agenda item to directly after public comment, and my remarks has been approved. All right, we do now have public comment with no further changes to this agenda. All righty. So as a matter of protocol, I'd like to remind our public speakers that we refrain from statements or remarks that may become disruptive to the conduct of the county board or which may cause a disturbance. I know we have several speakers today. Brian Anderson, you are first on the list. You are here. And you have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning, Brian Anderson, Sugar Grove, Illinois. I'm here. I'll frame this up as optics and observations. Let me take you back to the December 2nd county board meeting, and then beyond that, the November 12th county board meeting. Madam Chair is crying with the new board. We're looking for harmony. We're looking for positivity. We're looking for teamwork. We're looking for collaboration. Yet I find it very odd, and I'm so thankful that you just moved up the committee conversation to the top versus the very last item today. So thank you for doing that. That's why I'm here. If we were truly collaborating, there would have been at least one Republican on that selection committee deciding who's on what committees. You decided 3 Democrats. You could have, from a collaboration standpoint, brought on one Republican. Now, as a taxpayer, I'm very concerned that last 4-year rotation on the Finance Committee, which I deem as one of the most important committees, there were 2 Republicans. This new election cycle, we're down to 1. The other committee that I think is extremely important is administration. There are 0 Republicans being represented on that committee. Let that sink in. I understand that most of the people behind me know the complexion of the board, but when you're talking collaboration and teamwork, it'd be nice to have things balanced. What I find even more odd is we haven't even brought in District 7 board member John Doe, who's actually going to be appointed on the Finance Committee and the Administration Committee. I find that very odd, unless you already know who that person is. That person should be on other committees. I also find it odd that on the Agriculture Committee, we've stacked it. We've got 4 Republicans. Sounds good, but it's a big nothing burger. So I hope as you get into this, Leslie Juby, who I respect and admire, she was pulled from the Finance Committee. So I'm a little bit concerned that we don't have the right people in the right seats doing the work for we the people here in Kane County. And I hope there's going to be some lively debate this morning. And who knows, I may be found wrong. You also said, Madam Chair, that it would all be taken care of at the end of this meeting today. But on the website, you pull all the committees up, they're already the new people in place. So I just find that odd. Thank you.
Is Ellen Young here? No. Okay. The next speaker is Jody Kanakula.
Am I doing that?
Oh, you're good.
Good morning. My name is Jody Kanakula and I live in Batavia. I am a licensed clinical social worker and I have my own practice in Kane County. I work primarily with seniors, helping them navigate things like depression, anxiety, grief, and chronic illness. I would like to start by congratulating Corinne Pirogue and all the members on their recent election to the board. We look forward to the work you're going to do for us. Today, I'm going to talk about the importance of providing mental health services to Kane County residents. As a mental health provider, I see people struggle every day with mental health issues that affect their lives in a negative way. When our family, friends, and neighbors struggle, we are all affected. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimate that depression alone results in 200 million lost workdays a year in the US and a 35% reduction in productivity. This translates to an estimated $210 billion lost in revenue in our economy. And that's just the economic cost. The human and community costs are too numerous to list in 3 minutes, as are the effects of substance abuse, suicide, and many other mental health issues. Given the uncertainty of what will happen to Medicare, Medicaid, and the ACA, the mental health services Kane County provides become even more critical. We must take care of our own and protect our community. I would like to thank the board for their commitment to healthy community and fiscal responsibility in securing the new health department building in Elgin with a $27 million savings from the original plan to build new. This new building in Elgin will continue the tradition of Kane County taking care of its own with critically needed services. I am proud to be represented by a county board that not only puts people first, but does so in a fiscally responsible way. Thank you for your service.
The next speaker is Barbara Diepenbrock.
Close enough. Thank you. It's Diepenbrock. Okay, my name is Barbara Diepenbrock and I come from South Elgin. I am a Kane County resident and I'm reading some words on behalf of someone else. My name is Vicki Davidson Bell and I am a Kane County resident. And I want to thank the person who graciously agreed to read my words that I wanted to convey to the board. I want to thank the board for all of your hours of hard work and your dedication to our community. I greatly appreciate your good efforts to work for the best interests of our county. I also want to thank and recognize the tremendous efforts of John Cunningham and the Kane County Clerk's Office and the election team for their efforts for the recent election. It was my privilege as a citizen to act as a poll watcher. I was impressed and pleased with the efficiency and attention to detail that I saw at the polling place. These election judges worked diligently to check in those who were eligible to vote, explained the process to those who had questions, and ensured a safe environment for all who sought to avail themselves of their right as a citizen to vote. The polling place was well organized. The election judges were respectful to all. The new machines worked well, and the citizens seemed to have little problem using them. As citizens approached the ballot box to submit their ballots, some had looks of trepidation, but those looks changed to smiles as they saw how their vote was registered. There was only one uncomfortable event where a citizen chose to enter the polling place wearing a hat and shirt with his choice of candidate listed. The election judge staff quietly and respectfully escorted the man out of the polling area and explained to him why. The gentleman refused to comply with the election judge's requests, and the election board representatives were called. With the assistance of the Geneva Police Department, the situation was quietly resolved. The citizens who were voting at the time were able to do so with minimal distraction or effort. All in all, Cunningham's team demonstrated competence and respect for the electoral process. I want to thank and applaud all who worked to ensure our fair and free election. And just to put in some of my own personal words, I was concerned about what the new machines were going to look like because I thought that the previous process was just fine, but there was a certain amount of positive feeling of having it in my hand and moving it to another location to place it. It all was very organized and clean and very concise. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our public comment for today. Our speakers who are petitioners regarding a zoning matter, I have your names here and you will be recognized if necessary. And when we get to that point on our agenda. So just sit tight, we'll get to you. We have several recognitions right now. First of all, we have a representative from Maddie's Mittens, and I believe that is presented by Beth Drendel. And looks like Scott is here as well.
Good morning. I'm pinch hitting for Beth today. So I'll introduce Maddie, but we had a coat drive in November, and I'll let her talk about the charity and the coat drive. And then at the end, we had a little contest between building A and building C, and we'll talk about that.
Okay. All right. Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Maddie Bozick. I am the president of Maddie's Mitten March. Maddie's Mitten March was established in 2009 when I was 10 years old. We started as just a very small organization, initially just doing a coat drive around my neighborhood, just to help the community, noticing at school, friends and other school classmates didn't have things to go outside with, and I wanted to do something about it. So starting my neighborhood, we did a collection and then redistributed the clothing to churches, schools, and other parts of the community. I had so much fun with it. I wanted to keep doing it. So it became a year after year thing and eventually evolved to what it is today. We are across 6 counties right now, Kane County being one of our largest populations we assist with, and actually recently got a property in Kane County in Aurora to better store our donations and have an operations center. In addition to the building we recently have, we also have 2 buses that we use as mobile distribution centers. That way we can go to different schools or food pantries to distribute items as the food pantry is already distributing them, or through schools so children can get them as they get out of school or at a special organized event. So like he was saying, I hear you guys had a bit of a competition to see who could collect the most items and between the floors in the building. So I'm happy to report that building C wins that contest in collecting the most items. I thank everybody for their effort in getting donations. Those items are actually already in circulation. And as we have noticed, the temperature has drastically dropped today. So we will be giving out a lot more coats soon, as this season we are probably already into the thousands. Unfortunately, I don't have an exact number on our items this year. My guy who does numbers, also known as my father, is out of town right now. Thank you.
So I just want to wrap up the coat drive. So in addition, so it was building C had 59 coats, building A had 28. The total with that and the public coat drive was 270 coats on November 10th.
Fantastic.
So it was a really good number. So I'm just going to say to the people that work in building A, bring it next year.
Yeah. We are not the Chicago Bears on this side of the aisle. Yes, Mr. Surges.
Madam Chair, on a slightly, Scott, come on back up here for a slightly off topic, but similar. We had a tragedy up at the north end last weekend with a fire in the Elgin area for the homeless encampment. And I immediately, upon it coming to my attention, called Madam Chair and said, how are we helping? I was pointed to Scott, who said, we not only stand prepared to help in any way possible, but that he was already in touch with them, had offered whatever we could. And sir, I know that's your job, but you do it well. And I just want to take a minute in front of everybody to thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Well done, Scott. Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, last week I had a chance to see Maddie's Mittens in action. She wasn't there. Dad was doing the bus. They came to the food pantries, District 131, the one at East High, and then also the one on the west area. And the lines to come and get the mittens and coats were almost as long as the clothing lines. I mean, as the food lines. So it's an amazing thing. They do an amazing job. And I'm just so thankful that we had this young lady who at the age of 10 decided she wanted to give back and how it's grown. So applause to you.
Absolutely. Well done. Thank you. I mean, truly. Maddie, it's extraordinary work.
Yeah.
All right. We have also now our next 3 things we're going to be talking about are 3 extraordinary organizations who will support Kane County and its transportation efforts. As a matter of fact, we would be quite lost without them. And I'd like to now, this is annually for our new board members, that both PACE, RTA, and Metra come and do their reports to us. I've asked them to be somewhat brief because of the length of the rest of the meeting, but nonetheless, their words are very important, especially since there's going to be critical legislation that's being passed potentially next spring in Springfield. If not, it'll be certainly addressed in the fall session. So I'm sure they'll make some reference to this, but right now it's just to present their budget for next year to assist all of us in our public transportation needs, keeping Kane County viable and strong. So the first one is going to be Mayor Shelkey, who's going to be presenting the PACE budget.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be brief as you asked for. PACE has planned no price increases on our fares. We have not proposed any reduction in service in any part of the county, but I would like to share that we have put out a thing called revision, and I think most of you may have been sent a copy of it. We're going to be studying the entire PACE system in Kane County as to where the riders are, how many are on, is a route got riders all the time, or should we adjust that route in some way, shape, or form? About a year from now, I'll probably be back here telling you what changes have been suggested. I would like to share, Joe, the observation. As some of you know, I serve as chairman of the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning's Council of Mayors downtown in another role that I have. And we're the group that keeps track of all the population growth among things that are going on. And I would just share that in Chicago, we're of the opinion in there that the northwest corner of Kane County may be one of the biggest growth areas that's about to happen in the Chicagoland area, and it's already happening, but we're looking at that area for some significant growth in population. That being said, we've expanded a little bit the call and ride and the local small buses that you see rolling around the county. And we had great success for that with the COVID situation where the county rented the former Sam's Club in Batavia, and we were able to put together a whole bunch of buses to all the senior citizen living communities and nursing homes. And we brought in hundreds of thousands of people in there to just get their COVID shot on the PACE bus. And that was one really great opportunity that we had to get that done for people in Kane County. So we've done some stuff here that I'm very proud and pleased that we've been able to do. But the thing that we are thinking is going to happen is our ridership is really starting to show some significant increases, specifically on this local small bus situation. In the case of my town of Batavia, right now, we are in the process of building 900 new living units in Batavia. And they're scattered all over. And among them where we have 8 senior citizen living communities in Batavia, and they are a big demand for that type of service. And I know there's other parts of the county that have those same types of things happening. So I just wanted to let you know we're on top of that. And if any of you have any ideas or thoughts as the year goes on, please feel free to call me or the PACE staff, and we'll take a look at whatever your issues may be. But we're in kind of a moment of transition here. It's good transition because unlike some other parts of the area where the ridership is not there and they're having all kinds of problems, which is kind of the driving force behind this thing that the chairman just mentioned of trying to reorganize things. We got the numbers in Kane County and we can really show that we're doing stuff that really is helping people. So I'm very proud to be a part of the PACE board representing Kane County because we're where it's all happening now. And all of you should be proud for the jobs you're doing that's helping that movement to drive forward in this county. So we're one of the coming 2 places. And if you ask people in the region, again, I'll say this is a CMAP thing. Why are a lot of people moving from, say, in the east to the west? Well, they like what they see is happening out here. And they like the fact that we've got the safety and we've got good services. And a lot of people are relocating to Kane County. And so we're very pleased by what's happening. And I thank the county board for your good efforts. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Shelkey? None. I would comment that it has come to my attention, and probably all of our representatives from Northern Kane are aware of this, that the city of Elgin is the fastest growing city in the state of Illinois. So for those individuals who say that Kane County is shrinking in population, perhaps that was the count that happened in 2020, but a new count would certainly prove that that is not the case with all the new housing starts. So transportation is going to be inherently important as we move forward, especially in that region.
So we're very pleased by what's happening, as a region. We're not dealing with the negative, we're dealing with a positive situation.
Mr. Tarver, your hand was up.
I was just going to comment, they might be the fastest growing, but we have the longest serving mayor in Batavia.
Yes.
I'll quit. Thank you.
Mr. Shelby, Mayor Shelby, thank you very much. So our next speaker is from RTA, and this is Chris Groven. Chris, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here today for this important conversation about the regions. Every year I do this. For this important conversation about the region's transit budget for 2025. It's been my honor to represent Kane on the RTA board since 2018. And in these past few years, it's been a critical time for transit, and we're not done. As Madam Chairwoman mentioned, we've got a big year coming up ahead of us with very important conversations and decisions that need to be made around transit. Metra and PACE have continued to provide vital transportation options to people in Kane County and are welcoming back riders with flexible schedules, new fare products, and innovative pilots that are responding to the new needs of our riders. We're seeing more collaboration between the agencies than ever before as they adapt to these new needs. And yet there is more work to be done. Next year represents a pivot point, again, as mentioned by Madam Chair. The looming fiscal cliff, when the federal relief dollars run out, there is a potential for a 20% hole in our budget, which could translate to as much as a 40% hole in the service provided. Those cuts would be devastating for people in Kane County that rely on public transit, in addition to the impacts that they would have on the local economy, congestion on the roads, and the environment. We believe transit is the answer to many of our region's greatest challenges, but for it to be a solution, we know it can be, we must reform our funding structure. It must be less reliant on fares and the decades-long cycle of chronic underfunding, so that the RTA and service boards can deliver the service and system that riders and residents deserve. I'd now like to introduce RTA's Senior Deputy Executive Director of Planning and Capital Programming, Malik Vaishnav, to tell us more. Thank you.
Oops. Thank you, Director Groven and Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Malik Vaishnav. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of Planning and Capital Programming at the RTA. And I'll try to be brief. We have a presentation here, but it's great to be here to present you with the updates of the RTA budget, which includes budgets of CTA, Metra, PACE, and our agency combined. Next slide, please. Great. The 6-county RTA region makes up about 10% of the area of the state, but has 74% of the economic activity of our region, and transit plays a major role with CTA, Metra, and PACE providing services that take us to various places, including 4.2 million jobs within our region. Next slide, please. This has been a year of a lot of momentum for us since the pandemic. As you know, the ridership has declined. That has led to the fiscal cliff conversation we are hearing about. But year over year, we have seen 12% growth in ridership in the region. CTA, Metra, PACE are all seeing double-digit growth rates as people come back and continue to come back every year since the pandemic started. Next slide, please. The 2025 proposed budget is $4.1 billion for all our 4 agencies combined. It's a 5.7% increase from last year, primarily as CTA, Metra, and PACE continue to restore more service. As Mayor Shelby just mentioned, PACE is going through a restructuring plan, but also plans to add a little bit of service next year. The federal relief funding is the reason we have been able to provide this level of service. This will be the last budget in the last year that the federal relief COVID funds will fill the gap in our budget. So in 2026, we're expecting a shortfall of about $700 million. And that's been our key focus to get attention at the state to help us solve this fiscal cliff. Next slide, please. Very quickly, Here are the sources of revenue where sales tax from our region continues to provide 42% of the revenues. But as you see there, 19.5% is being plugged with federal relief funding, which is temporary. Next slide, please. On the expense side, CTA is about 52% of our expenses, Metra at 27.4%, and PACE mainline service at 8.2%. The RTA agency itself only has about a 1.4% budget of our region. Next slide, please. We also manage the 5-year capital program, which is where you see a lot of construction and changes happening at many of our locations. The capital program is $9.5 billion, which is a $3.5 billion increase from last 5-year program, primarily due to the Red Line extension that will be funded from 95th Street to the 138th Street on the far south side of Chicago. Next slide, please. This slide highlights some of the projects in the works that will have positive impacts in Kane County, including Metra and PACE investing in quite a bit of capital projects in the region. Additionally, RTA directly funds improvements in the region to the Aurora Transportation Center and Geneva Special Financing District Study. We are also a partner with you on helping fund Ride in Kane through the federal 5310 program for enhanced mobility for seniors and people with disabilities. Next slide, please. So very quickly, it's been a very busy year. Director Groven focused on this, but one of the key things I wanted to highlight is the Suburban Transit Summit. We hosted just a month or so ago where we talked about issues specifically about improving transit in our suburban network. Next slide, please. So again, going back to the conversation about fiscal cliff, 2026 will be a pivotal year for us as the federal relief funding gets exhausted. We have 2 very clear paths. The state could invest in dedicated funding for transit, close the cliff, and potentially even help grow our revenues. That could lead to an expansion on the system. You see that positive trend in ridership recovery, or we could fall off the fiscal cliff with the 20% gap in budget that's not funded, leading to significant cuts and leading to a fiscal cliff. Next slide, please. So on the left is that scenario of fiscal cliff where we would need to cut 30 to 40% service to balance a 20% budget cut. Folks who used to see 10 to 15-minute service in the city would go to 25 to 30. But over here, if you had 90 Metra trains a day, that would go down to 55. So very drastic impacts on our riders. But on the right is if we were able to get more funding from the state, the expansion would lead to significant more service, a lot more Metra trains and PACE buses that can have a very positive economic impact in our region. Next slide, please. The fiscal cliff event is sort of a spiral, as we call it. The first year, you have to cut service that leads to even lower ridership and fare revenues. Come back next year with needing additional cuts. So that is really our fear here, that we do not want to end up in that cliff situation where things continue to get worse every year. Next slide, please. So here's our sort of legislative agenda and calendar, so with some key dates, but basically we are looking at the lame duck session in early 2025. We don't expect major movements, but as was mentioned previously, the session in the spring is where we are really looking to make a difference. Next slide, please. So even a small delay in funding could have a major impact on our system. Just the way the sales tax dollars flow, it takes several months between when the dollar is collected in communities and ends up funding the bus and rail service that we see. So that's why we believe that there needs to be a solution at the state level by the end of the spring session so that we have timely flow of dollars that end up reaching RT and the transit agencies by the 1st of Jan in 2026. And therefore not lead to any temporary or long-term service cuts in the region. Next slide, please. So we are very focused on our 2025 legislative agenda. We want to fill the operating budget cliff, ask for even more funding than that to grow our services and deliver things like PACE revision and Metra system changes. We need to eliminate the reliance on fare box. That's a requirement at the state that is temporarily suspended since COVID. and also ask that many of the programs we provide for seniors, people with disabilities, and free and reduced fare programs are fully funded by the state. Next slide, please. One of the key things we have added to our agenda is focus on safety and security of people taking public transit. We hear the needs of the riders, we hear them. We are asking for support where we can increase law enforcement presence, social service presence, and was a big focus of a summit we hosted this year about how to improve transit safety so that people can feel comfortable riding on the system. Next slide, please. Here's the rest of the reform agenda. We fully understand that a lot of advocates and others have focused that there needs to be some reform for the state to cut us a check. So we are really advocating that the reform focus on making RTA have a little bit more authority so that we can bring some accountability for riders and taxpayers. We can serve as a hub for fares and customer service, sort of have that one-stop shop pass or fare, so people, when they transfer between the services, don't feel like they need different sorts of places to go to for answers, but can also help with the service standards that where Pace and Metra have connections where people are transferring or they're transferring with CTA when they get to Forest Park, that we have seamless connectivity. And finally, with the capital projects, we want to make sure we are doing our best job in investing in our capital projects and prioritizing the right projects in our region. Next slide, please. So the next step is that we are accepting public comments through today, and our board will be voting on the budget on December 19th. That will complete the process. So I'm happy to take any questions that you might have, and thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you for the comprehensive and very challenging for us report. Are there any questions on this? Yes, yes, sir.
David Young. So Kane County is roughly 500,000 people. How many people use the CTA bus? How many people use the CTA rail? How many people use Metra? How many people use the Pace bus?
Right, so the daily ridership on a weekday has recovered to 1.2 billion regionally, a million regionally. It's about 700,000 on CTA's bus network, another 400,000 on CTA's rail network. Between Pace and Metra, we are seeing ridership reaching 200,000+ on the busiest weekdays. I think the biggest thing we have seen is that every day now is a little bit different. Post-pandemic, Wednesdays are the busiest. Most people are going to their offices. Tuesday and Thursdays are doing pretty well, but Mondays and Fridays have some weakness. So we still see 1.2 million rides on an average weekday in our region.
Madam Chair, that did not answer my question.
Yeah, I think you were, if I may, you wanted specific for Kane County?
Kane County, we have
Yes.
500,000 people in Kane County roughly.
Yes.
How many people use the CTA bus, the CTA rail, the Metra and Pace bus?
We will get you the specific breakdown to your board. One of the reasons is that there is tap data when you show your tickets to the conductor that is really collected at the zone level. So it doesn't get broken down by county, but RTA runs a customer satisfaction survey where we break down this information by county. So I'd be happy to get that information over to you.
Okay, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Perhaps the Transportation Committee is coming up next week, I believe. So if you could do it in a timely matter, if we can get it done by then, that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I saw on the desk of one of my staffers a book called Transit is the Answer.
Yes.
Do you have extra copies of that book or downloadable?
We will get you as many copies as you like. That is the RTA 5-year strategic plan that was adopted in February of 2023. And we have physical copies and we'll get them to you for sure. Thank you for looking into it.
Okay, Mr. Doherty?
Thank you. So I'm going to ask the same question of Director McMahon, but the question is, you keep talking about this physical cliff. Your source of revenue is fares. Why aren't you raising the fares?
Yes, thank you for that question. Fares used to provide between 30 and 40% of our budget pre-pandemic. It's down to 20-some% given that people don't need to ride every day. And we have also lowered our fares, as you probably know. So our proposal is that we need to bring everything to the table as part of the solution. We have definitely advocated to raise fares, just like many other transit agencies across the country have done. But a fare increase annually and with efficiencies at our agencies at maximum could get us between 50 and 100 billion. So we need a bigger solution because the problem we are facing is a lot larger than what fares can solve, but absolutely they're part of a solution.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Gripe.
John Gripe, I had a question about the total funding. I think there's three parts to it. The operating budget gap, which I believe you said was 700 million a year. The increase in operations, which is 1.5 billion. That last part would be, I guess, the base budget for that. If there's only three parts, if I'm clear there, what is that?
Right. So our annual operating budget is approximately $4 billion. Of that, 730 million would be the gap that currently is being closed with federal funding. So one option is that we just work with the state and get that cliff closed. That's one option. The other is that the system we want with the plans that we have for the region is bigger than our current budget. We would like to provide more service. And to do that, one proposal from CMAP was that there should be another additional 780 million that would bring the new state funding increase to 1.5 billion. So that would be a growth beyond our current budget so that we can add services.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Great report. Our next speaker will be from Metra, and we're all very familiar with Mr. McMahon, who was once our former state's attorney and now proudly represents us on the Metra board. So welcome, Joe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see all of you. Good morning. I'm Joe McMahon. I'm your representative on the Metra board. I'm going to present our fiscal year 2025 budget, a little more detail as to our overall budget, some projects that we're working on, giving you an update on some projects that directly impact Kane County. And then I can try to answer some questions and some that I heard just come up a few moments ago. But Metra's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget is $1.135 billion. On top of that, we have a $366 million capital plan that continues our investment in both rolling stock, trackage, and bridge maintenance replacement. We have an extremely old kind of infrastructure. It takes regular, significant long-term investment to keep our equipment, our lines, our bridges in what we call a state of good repair. Our budget for next year is 4.1% higher than the 2024 budget. That's due primarily to inflationary, contractual, and then market increased costs. And then again, that's investment primarily in upgrades to what is called our positive train control system, heightened cybersecurity risks, and then additional training that is related to additional spending that is related to training and federal regulation. Our positive train control system is, in very simple terms, kind of a GPS system that prevents incidents from taking place on the same track. So we know where all of our trains are going. Trains are going in the same direction or the opposite direction. They're not on the same track, and we avoid catastrophic events with that positive train control system. The operating budget is funded primarily from three areas. System-generated revenue. System-generated revenue comes in the form of fares, advertising fees, and then licensing fees that we receive from other agencies for the use of our lines and things like that. Regional sales tax receipts, and then, as you heard from Mr. Grovin and Mayor Shelkey, we continue to rely on funds from COVID relief funding. Our capital budget kind of allocates funds across 6 different areas. over $90 million in investment in our rolling stock. That's train cars, engines, and things like that. Over $100 million in capital investment in our bridges, track, and structure maintenance. And then another $39 million to electronics and communication systems. And then it kind of breaks down from there. But a significant investment in our capital project, over $360 million, as I indicated. Capital budget is funded primarily from state and federal funds, grant funds. It's not driven by fares or regional sales tax. As you've heard, the biggest issue that we all face, and Metra is certainly part of that. I'm pleased to hear my counterparts at the RTA and PACE talk about the collaboration that takes place between Metra, PACE, CTA, and the RTA. We spend a considerable amount of time trying to coordinate our schedule, our investment to make sure that riders that are taking PACE are arriving at a Metra station or near a Metra station at about the same time that a Metra train is either arriving or leaving to take somebody to their next destination. That takes a significant effort of collaboration between the staff at Metra, PACE, and the CTA. And that's something that I know Metra and I know the other agencies are committed to that process as well. I guess the last thing that I want to say on the consolidation and the discussion, there is a significant effort, or there's a process in Springfield, and what really each of the agency needs we need you to do is to reach out to our state representatives and senators to communicate the importance of public transportation to the residents who live and work in Kane County. Public transportation takes a significant number of vehicles off of the surface roads. It addresses congestion. I think it's vital to the economic development of the community. And so your effort to make outreach to our legislative contingent would be helpful. Ridership across our service line continues to grow. Next year, we project about a 7% increase in ridership over this year. As you saw on one of the slides from the RTA, we saw about 10% growth from 23 to 24, and we continue to anticipate and see ridership growth next year. Weekend ridership is currently at or near 100% across the region of what the ridership was pre-COVID. Ridership varies greatly Monday through Friday. We've seen not just here in this region, but across the country that commuting patterns have changed. People don't commute Monday through Friday from suburbs into a center city. But we're seeing about 67% of our pre-COVID ridership has returned to our service line on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. There's a drop-off on Mondays, and there's a significant drop-off on Fridays. But that is reflective of changing work patterns, the adoption of technology. And so we have adopted to that and responded to that as well by changing our schedule, addressing our zone structure, re-examining our fare structure, which we did. And I know a question came up earlier during the last presentation. I'll touch on that in a moment. But I want to close with giving you an update on 3 capital projects that directly impact Kane County. The one that's closest to us this morning here in Geneva is the Union Pacific West Line 3rd Main project that is nearing completion. Both the bridge going over Route 31 and the grade crossing at 3rd Street is complete. They're continuing to work on the parking lot, the station improvements, and we expect that that will be done in the spring of 2025. So that is, we're close to that completion of that project. The other extension or the other project that has received a lot of attention is the extension of the Milwaukee District West Line from Elgin to Rockford. And what I want to emphasize on that is that did not originate as a Metra initiative. That was a state of Illinois project being managed and run by the Illinois Department of Transportation, but because Metra operates the Milwaukee District West Line to Elgin, the state has asked to partner with Metra for Metra to then operate that line from Elgin out to Rockford. That line, that project has a separate website where you and your constituents can get more information. That's at www.chicago-to-rockfordrail.org. Again, that's www.chicago-to-rockfordrail.org. That's not final yet, but there are anticipated stops, the existing stops in Elgin. There is a proposed stop in Huntley, a proposed stop in Belvedere, and then that extension would terminate in Rockford. There's not been really significant discussions about frequency, but again, I want to emphasize we have been asked by the Illinois Department of Transportation to operate that line. That's not a Metra project. Some of the other capital projects that we have invested here at the stations across Kane County, Geneva, Elgin, LaFox, Aurora, Big Timber, I know that's Elgin, but really far west side of Elgin, are improvement of the services at each of the stations by implementing ticket vending machines. So we have multiple ticket vending machines where people can arrive at any time, purchase a ticket on the platform from a vending machine. We still have those stations staffed by personnel to assist as we work through this transition. We have and continue to install new platform monitors that make audio and visual announcements about service updates, arrival information, and departure times, and that we feel better serve both our customers and our ADA customers. Finally, I touched earlier on the presentation on the investment we're making in new and refurbished rolling stock. That's our train cars, our locomotives. We continue to make that investment in a combination of zero emission train cars. Those are 2 set train cars that will roll out on the Rock Island. That does not directly touch Kane County, but that certainly is an effort that we're exploring on those zero emission train sets. We expect those to be delivered in early 2027. We also have on order 200 passenger cars that will be rolled out across the system. We expect to get the first delivery of those new pilot train cars in early 2026. Maybe I can jump ahead of one of the questions that I heard come up earlier. I think we were asked, and I think one of them was directed or was going to be directed at this presentation about our fares. Metra re-examined our fares as we came out of COVID. We were looking at our ridership. And so in 2023, what we did, the board of directors examined our zone structure, reduced the number of zones from 13 to 4 to simplify that. And then what we did is we looked at our fares, what we were charging. We drastically reduced fares during COVID to try to maintain ridership. And as we come out of COVID, we have started to increase those fares. So last year in fiscal year 2023, we did increase those fares. We'll continue to look at those as we move forward, as ridership comes back. But we did not restore fares last year to what they were pre-COVID because we didn't want such a large increase in the fare structure to really discourage or drive away riders who we were trying to re-attract to public transportation. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll try to answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions? Yes.
Hi, David Young. I'll ask the same question. I mean, this is Kane County. You're here for the Kane County Board. We have, 3 or 4 Metra stations, LaFox, Elburn, Elgin, Geneva. How many riders?
And Aurora.
Aurora, thank you.
So 7 stations, go ahead.
7, okay.
7 stations across the county.
And so we have 500,000 people. Same question. How many people from Kane County use Metra?
So it varies by day. Again, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're seeing our highest ridership on those days. On those days across the county, we see between 5,000 and 6,000 riders from Kane County every single day.
right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Connors.
I had a question. Now, in my case, my wife takes the train in, but we live on the far end of the county, so she drives up to Fox River Grove. Is there, so she is a Kane resident and relies on the transportation to her job down in the city. Is there a way to determine, just because maybe it's not a big thing, but for us it is, that those are figured in there as well, so that the importance of the whole rail system is to Kane County?
So I don't think that we have the ability to track residents from Kane County that then travel to a location outside of Kane County and get on a Metra line outside of Kane. With the adoption of, so we use what's called the Metra app, where riders can go on and they can buy a ticket electronically. It's literally an app on the telephone, on somebody's cell phone. It's amazing data that comes out of the applications, the software applications. We may have the ability to identify through data that comes out of that app where people reside and what line they're buying a ticket on. But right now, I can tell you how many riders get on an average at the Aurora station or the Elburn station or Geneva or National Street in Elgin, but I can't tell you how many people who live in Elgin or Pingree Grove might drive up to a station in McHenry County to get on a train there.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Serious question and then a silly comment. The ridership on this Rockford line, is the expectation, as a suburban guy who has an office in the city, I just assume everybody gets on in Elgin and gets off in Chicago. Is that a wrong assumption that Rockford is servicing all the way to Chicago, or is that like a Rockford to Schaumburg hub? What?
I think it's a combination of both. What we have seen and what public transportation agencies across the country, so our sister agencies, the Long Island Railroad, the Bay Area Rapid Transit, Boston, those are the kind of sister agencies that we look at. And what we're seeing is that ridership is evolving. It's no longer a commuter rail system where people get on in the suburbs and get off in downtown Chicago. It's really transitioning to what has been described to me as regional rail. So people are getting on at different locations, getting off, some in Schaumburg,
Rosemont.
O'Hare, different locations along that line. One of the challenges that we all face, and this is why the importance of collaboration between Metra, PACE, and CTA is so critical, is that for passengers who may take the train to Schaumburg, they need to get from the train station in Schaumburg to some other location, and they rely on that PACE bus or some other transportation mode. So the riders who might be getting on in Rockford, I think it's going to be a combination. I think a lot of them, it may be that we're taking congestion off of the surface roads, we're taking congestion off of Interstate 90, and they may be going to Schaumburg to some location or to O'Hare. But a lot of them, I think, will be going in and out of Chicago, and that's reflective of that regional rail model. That's another reason why we modified that zone structure and took it from 13 down to 4 to simplify that process and really make it more attractive to people who are not going all the way into the city. We still want them to use public
And then
transportation.
those longer hauls for the silly portion of this, of those 200 new cars, how many are bar cars? There a separate fee to get in that one.
There's not going to be a separate fee.
And that if you'd like to participate in that, you best take the trains in New York. The Long Island has that. I believe they still have that. Bar
I don't
cars
know
in
that we
Long
have any
Island.
more bar cars. They used to. I remember the
they
bar
don't
cars, but
anymore.
I don't think we currently have a bar.
I do remember
Time gone
those.
by,
I do remember those.
Thank you for that question.
We've got 2 more questions and then we do have a robust agenda in front of us. So, Mr. Leonard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a short comment and then have a really easy question for you to answer also.
First of all, Joe, I want to thank you for your representation on the Metro Board. And also, I think most people here know, but that we have new members now, that Joe is also the chairman of the Metro Board. So our representation by Joe for Kane County is exceptional.
Yeah.
My
He's
question
done an
is,
amazing job.
you really has. My question is very simple. I forgot to write it down when you were talking. What is the percentage increase in expenses for this coming year?
Our budget is 4.1% over last year's budget.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And
Mr.
thank you.
Gripe, last
Madam Chair,
last question.
and Joe, thank you for what you used to do, what you have done, and what you're going to be doing. I have a question about the fare reductions and increases. About what, or exactly what, did the fares go down because of COVID? And how much progress have you made in restoring those towards complete restoration?
Off the top of my head, I don't know exact numbers, but I can give you an example on the monthly, because that's the one that I think a lot of regular riders use. Pre-COVID, for a monthly pass from a zone that would originate in Kane County and go all the way to Union Station or Ogilvie Station. So that's the last stop in Chicago. I think pre-COVID, the monthly pass was, I think, $239 a month, right around that figure. During COVID, we reduced that to $100. So few people were going into Chicago. We had so few regular monthly riders that was less than 50%. Obviously, you can do the math just as well as I can, probably better. That has now started to move back up. And I think the monthly right now is about $175. $175. So maybe halfway back to where it was. And obviously we have to look at that on an annual basis. We'll continue to do that. We reduce the number of zones to kind of simplify the fare structure. I don't know that we'll re-examine that, but I know there will be a continued analysis of our fare structure from the zones. Thank you.
A very quick question for me. Is the Metra, the warming station, is that opened up now on 3rd Street? Because it's been closed due to construction.
At 3rd Street?
Yes.
So the main, kind of the traditional depot, that is open. The new structures are not open yet. But the traditional depot is open in the morning. It's open all the time.
Very good.
No,
Okay.
it's not.
Because of the cold weather coming.
So I was in there last week. I sat inside the depot in the morning. Are there times where it's not? Am I hearing?
I was told, forgive me, I haven't taken Metra in a while. And I've heard comments from our residents that they've had to stay outside during inclement weather, and they were looking forward to having the station reopened. So that was just a quick question.
So I don't believe that Metra owns the city of Geneva or the Metra depot, but I'll look into that. I know I was there last week. I took the train in and I waited inside.
Okay, then it's open.
Yeah.
Then it's open. Very good. Thank you. All right.
Doc. Hold on, Jeff.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank
Thank you very much.
And that ends those reports. And I'd like to again thank Mayor Shelkey and Director Chris Groven and Joe McMahon for all of their service here to Kane County. We are well served by this extraordinary group of men. I have a few things to say, and I'll keep my remarks very briefly. Going to be as a follow-up. I don't know if all of you know this. In Batavia, at the Batavia Public Library on Thursday, Representative Hernandez and Hansen and Moeller are going to have a meeting, a public forum, to talk about this merger or the opportunities for the fiscal cliff. If you would like to participate and listen to that, or if you have any public comment that you would like to share, it is an open forum. You'll have to sign up, obviously, for public comment. I think you'll find it fascinating and quite interesting. This will include all forms of transportation, including walkability and bikes, bicycling as well as Pace Bus and the RTA and Metra. So I don't know what time, probably 6 o'clock, I would think, but don't quote me on that. I will have Jane send that out to you. So if you're aware, so if you'd like to come, it'll be very convenient for you. I've been to several of them, as you know, and the reporting is very, very good. Is it at 6 o'clock? Okay, very good. 6 o'clock. Thank you. The other thing that, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Identify themselves and turn their mic on.
Oh, you need,
Okay, for the benefit of your listening audience, if you could identify yourself when you speak, would be helpful.
so just, yeah, as you're speaking, just identify yourself, what board member, just your,
And turn your mic on
then turn
and
your mic
off when you're done.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm very excited to hear that PACE is moving forward with its smaller buses for hydrogen. As you know, that has been an interest in mine and with the Transportation Department as well. And we are going to continue on that. There has been recent money provided from the Mach 2 for the hydrogen hubs. It's very early on all of that. I could not attend a meeting yesterday because I was at one of our meetings, but I'm going to be listening to that to see what that distribution will be here for Illinois. So it's something that it's in the future. It's not tomorrow, but maybe tomorrow. But certainly we'll be putting an ear to that and facilitating whatever we need to do to encourage having that fuel source here in Kane County as well. So that'll be something we'll be working on, which I'm incredibly excited about. And it will be pink hydrogen, which is the second most efficient part, environmentally friendly after blue, I think. Blue is done by solar fields. This would be done by nuclear. That's the difference. Use of clean energy. So the other thing, we have missed out on our invocation. And that was because Ms. Molina was not here to attend today, and I wanted to give her that opportunity. So instead of an invocation, and in the spirit of collaboration and camaraderie, I'd like you to take a moment and look at somebody who's sitting next to you, very much like a church service would be, and welcome them, say hello to them, and tell them how much you're looking forward to working with them collaboratively. So if you can just take a moment to do that and wish each other a happy day.
You're going again.
Not even a word.
Only the back row gets the hug.
Was an interesting meeting.
Very.
I wasn't born Catholic.
Weren't you?
No.
Oh,
Rickle, sit down. Yeah.
6,000 people. I've got 5.
See you.
But one of them was nearly time, wasn't it? My mom and dad weren't thrilled, but they didn't care. Well, he became Catholic, so then my dad's.
We got there, we left the house at
I
5
said, "Dad,
o'clock.
let me ask you a question."
Got there
One
at
of
6 o'clock.
My sister did not, they decided to go to Israel, and I didn't feel.
Oh, fun.
At least it's honest, you know.
I remember as a kid, my parents, they were.
So that's-
Catholics.
Mhm.
It was like it's a fight.
You know,
It should disappear.
I think it has too. We used to actually, when we played sermons, we'd have.
It's always, I remember the very first couple of days when I was on the board, you're like,
Yeah, they have a lot. Hey, all right. Just about. It's your shoes.
Drive it right there.
Right over here. Just walking.
Yeah. They go to a tailor shop now. Just ask them. Who comes to pay. And it's $36. We used to have.
Just go ahead and he'll come back.
Cross
table hug. Okay.
Ready? 'Cause I gotta get- It's his. So can you guide me through that?
Yeah, we've got a lot of good tree stuff. We'll use them. Good. That'll be great. Very few of us.
Okay, so let's get going. This is hug time.
Yes, sweetheart.
Remember all these hugs
Okay.
when we.
Oh, my God.
I get it.
I think Cheryl's supposed to be getting surgery. As well.
I'm not, yeah, right.
Came in, maybe half hour ago.
All right, everybody, let's,
He'll be coming in shortly.
it was very nice to see you all being very cordial to each other. So.
Honey.
Well, darling.
Baby.
He,
Did you dress
But
like
yes,
that
we
on
are
purpose
for-
today?
tomorrow morning. So it's a total process.
All right, so we now have the opportunity to
Oh, yes.
move forward as per Mr. Tarver's amendment to the agenda to appoint we're under new business or unfinished business, appointment to county board standing committees. You have received. Is everybody, we're all done hugging? No, you can't hug anymore. He'll be right back. He'll be right back. Won't take that. Oh, here's my. We're going to be talking about the appointments of the board member committees. I just want to clarify that there were two drafts that were sent out to you yesterday. The draft that you should be looking at is dated on the top right-hand corner, 12/8/2024. That is the most current draft. And it was sent out to you probably mid-afternoon yesterday.
That was the 9th.
That was sent out to you yesterday
Okay.
on the 9th, but it is dated on 12/8. There were little background before we begin our discussion, if I may. We asked all of our board members to put in writing what their committee assignments, their suggested committee assignments were. Some of you did, some of you did not. But it was open to everybody who wanted to do that. Once we got that in writing, we took a look at what those suggestions were. Some of you there were many people who are interested in serving on the finance committee. And there's simply not enough room at this point to be able to put everyone who would want it to be on that committee on that committee. The last revision we made, and that was reflected by Mr. Anderson, was done on Sunday, which he did not have the current copy in public comment, was done on Sunday afternoon. And that was to address a different request that was Ms. Allen asked to be put onto jobs. Now, as we go through all of this, because we asked for around noon on Friday to everybody submit their requests or any changes that they had. Her request came in later. It was honored and respected. Mr. Tarver as well, and I had a conversation about that as well. And we were able to make those changes. But just to give you an idea, to honor Ms. Allen's request, we had to move 5 different positions to get her into jobs, which means some people were changed, had committee changes that needed to be made and replaced. Now, we do have limitation on the amount of committees that we have. We have 13 committees, and some of them have anywhere from 7 to 9, and one is an anomaly, is 8. And that is because of county code. Your county code requires you to serve on a minimum of 2 committees. There are some people who have 5 committees. Some people have 3 committees. And that was at request of what they wanted to do, or they gave limitations of what they can serve. Now, some of you are able to be here all the time. Some of you have either illness or work-related issues that you cannot participate here all the time. So that was taken under consideration as well for those of you who have full-time jobs. So we wanted to make sure that we accommodated you to the best of your ability to serve effectively. You are all welcomed. I've never to participate in every committee. I have not yet seen during the 4 years of my tenure here to see a committee chair not recognize a member who is not part of that standing committee for full participation. So you are welcome to attend each one of those 13 committees fully, to fully participate. You fully participate if you so choose on the executive committee for comment, and certainly your seat at the board. We've seen multiple changes throughout these past years of resolutions that have been brought forward by the committee, supported by the executive committee, and then amended on the floor of the full board. So this is a participatory process fully to the best of the ability. Ms. Allen also commended me. She said that in previous administration, that this opportunity for choice on your committee and responsiveness to your concerns on that committee did not happen in previous administration. Now, I was not here during those appointments, so I can't speak to that, but I wanted to thank her for that, because I believe that this has been a pretty open, pretty responsive process to all of you. Now, many of you did not get all what you wanted. Matter of fact, most of you did not get all of you wanted because you could not. Simply, there wasn't slots for everybody. If we wanted to put everyone on the finance committee, we'd probably have a finance committee meeting of 24 members. So that it's very challenging to be able to do that. It's not me. So you didn't get all what you wanted, but you got most of what you wanted on this. So with that, I have Mr. Tarver, you brought this forward. Would you like to share why you wanted to move this up quickly? And if you have any thoughts on the current appointment draft schedule?
Point of order.
Mhm.
Point of
We
order.
need to move this.
Jeff Rose, State Attorney. I believe the agenda item should be recited at this point.
Very good.
Is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah,
But that's what I'm saying.
the motion. Thank you. Absolutely.
That's what I was
So may
saying.
I have a motion and a second? We don't have a motion on this. It's an appointment. And there's no motion on this agenda for this. It is
The agenda item is,
appointments.
shall the board concur
Right.
in the appointments submitted by the chair?
So there would need to be a motion for
So there
that.
would need to be a motion to concur.
Bates will move.
Thank you. Is there a
Can I
second?
a second?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'd like to move to amend the list, amending the appointment of finance chair to Jarrett Sanchez with the concurrence of the board under code 2-48. Thank you.
Yes.
That was Linda and John.
All right. Is there anything else? Any other amendments? Yes, sir.
Well, that is an amendment, right? So
Yes.
let's deal with
Yes.
that one.
So that is a friendly amendment. But remember that
Well,
Friendly?
is,
It's not,
it's a vote. It's a vote. This would be a vote.
So-
at this point, it's a proposal.
Well, so let's just talk about it from this point.
Okay.
Madam Chair is the one appointing. You all can concur. You can either choose to vote it up and down exactly how it is right now, or Madam Chair can take this essentially as a friendly amendment, as a suggestion to change. If you all pass it, she can choose to either make that change or not. And then you all have to decide based on that, whether or not you're going to continue forward. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't pass today,
or a continued meeting, then the current assignments will remain in place going forward. So just understand there's a push-pull to this. So it's her appointment, but you have the right to whether to consensus of this. So I take this essentially as what would be similar to a friendly amendment for her to receive a suggestion from the board to maybe change if that's what she wants to do, but she doesn't have to.
And,
Sure.
all right, so with that, if we have Mr. Sanchez, then be friendly amendment, playing this through for the mosaic, just for the mosaic. If Mr. Sanchez is put on to chair of finance, he cannot serve two chairs. So then there would have to be the reciprocal chair for agriculture, which is specifically the chairmanship that Mr. Sanchez desired. So
Does code say we can't have two committee chairs?
I'm sorry.
Is that part of the county code or is that just your philosophy?
It is practice because of the depth and difficulty of the work of being a chair.
I understand.
I got on my list, it says Tuppy is chair of finance.
That is my suggestion, yes. Okay. That is my recommendation.
Well, point of order.
A point of order, Mr. Doherty.
Doesn't Sanchez have to accept the nomination first before we start talking about which committee he should be on and which chair he could be?
I will let Mr. Frank respond to that.
I mean, there's no formal acceptance process. I mean, I would assume Mr. Sanchez would want to maybe weigh in on whether he even wants it. But there's no formal process. So essentially, I think for purposes of keeping this somewhat organized, what I would tell you is treat this as if this is an amendment to a resolution. Talk about whether or not to have Mr. Sanchez. I would probably recommend Mr. Sanchez let everyone know whether that's something he is inclined to be wanting. And then if ultimately it passes, then maybe to address if there is a concern about having two chairmanships, dealing with the second one, and you can kind of cascade this as you need. But the only reason I suggest this is for purely keeping this somewhat organized, or this will get into chaos very quickly.
That is my fear.
Shepro, with response to the point of order, I don't believe the other people on the list have publicly signified that they are accepting it. So I would suggest that if that is something that is of interest to the board, if someone doesn't want to be on the list, they should bring it up as part of this current motion. Does anybody understand what I just said?
Yes. So those who want to change, make suggested changes for those people who don't want to serve on that committee. If what I'm hearing is correct, please let that be known now. And we'll take this under consideration. And then we'll figure out what our next steps are. All right. Yes, sir. Mr. Caius.
The reason this becomes problematic and when you start moving stuff around is now, if Sanchez moves to finance, Tepe,
He's already on finance.
chair of finance, that's not a problem. But then he's not on ag as chair of ag. So then somebody has to be chair of ag. And everyone is either a vice chair or a chair already because there's 24 board members and 24 positions, chairs or vice chairs. So then if he's not chair of that, then somebody else has to be chair of ag, which then means that somebody gets to be chair of ag and then we lose because it'd probably be somebody that's not already a board chair or committee chair would then move to that position. Then it states in the code that we have to have, that we're to appoint a chair and a vice chair of every committee. So if you take somebody off of that committee to make them chair, then you have to find somebody else to be on that committee that's on that committee or move them to that committee. And if you move them from the other committee, then it doesn't balance out. So you have 9 on the, or the 7, 7, 9, 7, 7, 7, 7. So it problematically, if we get into a discussion here of where we're changing things here to here to here to here to here, if you can see that in the tile structure of this thing, it's going to get very complicated very quickly.
I would concur. And I see a number of hands out, and I just want to share with you that there has probably been spent a cumulative of over 20+ hours from Thanksgiving holidays, working all through Thanksgiving holidays, including afterwards, to try to get this committee assignments done to your satisfaction. It is challenging work. Mr. Gripe.
Yes, John Gripe, and I appreciate wanting to have simplicity here, but I don't know if this would be a friendly amendment or a motion. But I would like to move that the board remove the position of vice chair of the county board from the appointment process following the Kane County Code of Ordinance 233, which sets forth the process by which the county board members choose their vice chair through nominations from the floor and seconds in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order.
And sir, that is planned. That is planned. Right now, we're just talking about the
Second.
committees. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that.
And I'll second that.
All right.
Is
so-
there a motion on the floor?
Well, there's,
There's already a motion on the
Was
floor.
already-
Let's
Table that for a second.
table that motion for a second. There was already a friendly amendment for finance, unless the person wants to withdraw it to deal with this one. Does the person who moved the original want to withdraw it for a temporary period of time to deal with the vice chair, or do they want to keep talking about
Are
finance?
you wanting to deal with vice chair? I can put a pause on my motion.
Okay, so at this point now, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
okay, who's
There's
second? Wait,
discussion.
excuse me, before we go, who's second to your motion?
Young.
I did.
Who, for you?
Yeah, we're just putting pause on it so you can take care of other business. So we'll come back. to
All
it.
right, so now there is a motion and a second, motion by Mr. Gripe, seconded by Mr. Young for nominations on the floor for a vice chair. May I?
I'm,
accept-
I'm sorry, can you explain that?
So what I'm taking this to mean is that they're removing vice chair from this appointment commission or discussion to have a separate discussion under the rules that I'm guessing is what he's referring to
That's
is the
correct.
fact that the nominations actually have to come from the county board as opposed to the chair.
Correct.
So procedurally, it is correct that it should be done. I don't know if it was already set in place or not, but either way is fine.
No, it is not, and that vote is, as I mentioned, was going to be taken. Hoping to get one of the committee assignments because pull out my recommendation for vice chair.
Shepro, technically, the county code of Kane County, as I understand it, says that the vice chairman of the board is nominated by and from the elected board members or any appointed. And therefore, I don't know that it needs to be removed in the sense that it probably should not have been included in the first place. And
I guess my question was, where in the agenda was this otherwise?
It was.
given what was said about tradition, it might make sense to deal with the vice chairmanship first, because it has not been the practice in the past to have the vice chair also serve as a committee chair.
I guess where I'm kind of saying is more of a threshold question, which is, does the board, where else in the agenda is it currently than where it is right now? And if that's the case, it needs to be moved.
What was that, please? You're kind of,
So my question to the board is, it's not clear to me as I'm looking through the agenda that this is set anywhere else.
It's not on the agenda. It should have been. It was an
So
oversight.
if that's the case, then you need to remove it out of this because my understanding was that it was essentially a part of this. And if that's the case, you need to remove it.
No, we are going to remove it. He is not listed here as, let's see, vice chairs, ex officios and vice chairs are the only ones listed on this committee. We're accepting nomination from this assignment.
It's even on the agenda then.
Don't know where this.
It's part of the appointments. It's part of the appointment process.
And that's fine. Then you should
Yes.
remove it separately and
Yes.
we can go from there.
We're going to be going there, right?
I'd like to
That
think
was
it
part
does.
of the plan. All right, so it has been suggested and
Still love you.
seconded, moved and seconded that we have no nominations from the floor for the position of vice chair. Ms. Gums has had her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to nominate Dale Berman for your vice chair.
I second.
And are there any other nominations from the floor? Yes, Ms. Juby.
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate Bill Roth.
Second.
Second. Bill, oh, we got Dale Berman and Bill Roth are nominated. Juby nominated and no, Mr. Young second.
Bill Roth, right.
Give me just a second, please.
It's going to take a long.
But they've been busy. Oh, yeah. Mr. Roth, are you willing to accept this nomination?
Yes, I am. Roth will accept.
Mr. Berman, are you willing to accept this nomination? All right. Are there any other nominations from the floor? With that, since we now have a contested vote, how do we proceed, sir? Do we want to?
I think again, as has been tradition, the candidates, either by a game of darts or some other random selection process, would be invited to make a brief statement in support of their candidacy.
And before we do that, do we have any written knowledge of what the responsibilities are per our county code of the vice chair?
Madam Chair, I do have it pulled up.
Thank you, sir. Could you read that?
Would you like me to read that? And it does say that they're each given 3 minutes to speak about their candidacy, and then a simple majority vote of those present shall elect the vice chairperson. The duties and responsibilities of the vice chairperson of the Kane County Board shall.
Speak a little bit louder and a little bit slower.
Yeah. Is this better?
That's much better. Thank you.
The duties and responsibilities of the vice chairperson of the Kane County Board shall include, but not be limited to, assuming the duties of the county board chairperson in his or her absence, acting as liaison between standing committees, board members, and the board chairperson, assisting the county board chairperson in coordinating standing committees' review and implementation of policies and special projects as requested by the Kane County Board or the chairperson of the Kane County Board. That is it.
Okay. All right.
The vice chair is also, I believe, elsewhere tasked with succeeding temporarily in the event of a vacancy in the office of chairman to the position of chairman until the board has had an opportunity to fill the vacancy as provided by statute.
Okay, which is a temporary vacancy and then election through the party in place, just as we do with an empty board seat, Republican, Democrat, for a temporary assignment until they're duly elected, because my position, as you know, is fully elected by the entire voting force of Kane County, rather than just a district. All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just had one comment. What Jarrett Sanchez just read is in our Kane County statutes. If you look, it's 2-33, just for point of order.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I will let Mr. Berman go first. Do you want to speak on your behalf of why you feel that you should be a effective vice chair?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair.
Minutes. You have up to 3 minutes, sir.
3 minutes? It won't be that long.
If you can pull your microphone a little bit closer to you, please.
I hope in the 4 years that I've been on this board that I've demonstrated my abilities as the chairman of the Finance Committee and as a committee member of other committees, and my attendance at all our meetings and my ability to communicate with others on the board. So that's all I have to offer.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Roth.
Roth here. Roth here. I actually had requested that in the request I had sent you. I already attend, I made a commitment when I got elected 2 years ago. I already attend all the committee meetings and plan on continuing. I think I can help make the county board more efficient by implementing process improvements and when necessary, technical process improvements. One of the other commitments I made when I first joined is I've been trying to meet one-on-one with each board member. I haven't met with 100%, but I have met with the majority. One of the first things I said is we're going to agree to disagree, but we need to work together. There are times I think our board is way too partisan, and we need to set that aside. My primary what I value is helping is my district voters, but also all of Kane County. Kane County is a great county, and we need to continue to work at that to keep it that way. We have a lot of challenges coming up before us, and we need to start being proactive and not get out of the reactive mode. I also am open to ideas. I will throw out ideas, and I learned a long time ago, someone will sometimes throw a better one. It's not about who comes up with the idea, it's execution. And we need to do that. One perfect example, a year ago, I started timing the board meetings. We're way too long in them, and we need to start attacking that. How can we improve our process, and what do we need to change? The other thing, we can't fix everything tomorrow. We need to prioritize and agree, here's the priority. We probably have 100 things we have to fix. There's no way we can do that. We need to prioritize across the county. And I think, of course, one of the most important one is improve our budget process. Right now, I consider it's a disaster, and we need to all work together to improve it. That's it. Thank you.
All right. So now how do we proceed?
Call with alphabetical. Please state your choice by last name.
And please go slowly.
Oh, I would suggest you announce your name and then your vote.
Okay, so give me a minute
Our
here.
Shepro.
Roth.
Okay, let me get this in gear here. Berman and Roth.
Mhm.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Shepro?
Yeah.
The two supposedly candidates here, do they vote for themselves? Or can they?
Unless they're really deluded, I would suggest.
Fight for the record.
Certainly.
All right, we're ready? Alan,
Alan. Roth.
all right? Bates,
Berman. Bates Berman.
yep. Mr. Berman,
Berman cast one vote for Berman.
all right. Doherty,
Doherty Roth.
I'm sorry?
Roth.
Roth?
Roth.
Okay, you said it so fast. Garcia,
Garcia, Mr. Berman.
Mr. Berman, okay. Gripe,
Gripe, Roth.
Gums,
Gums Berman.
Iqbal? Berman. Juby,
Juby Roth.
Caius? Caius Berman. Leonard,
Leonard Roth.
Lewis,
Louis Berman.
Linder,
Linda Roth.
Melina?
Melina Berman.
That was difficult. Who?
Berman.
Thank you.
What did Melina do?
Hennessis,
Penesis Berman.
Mr. Roth,
Mr. Roth votes for Mr. Roth.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, Roth.
Okay, Strathman's not here.
Strathman is here.
And is here.
Ms. Strathman, oh, there you are.
Oh,
I'm
there
sorry.
you are.
When did you arrive?
You sneak in. Welcome.
About 40 minutes ago.
Okay, what is your vote?
My vote is for Mr. Berman. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Surgis?
Roth.
All right, Tarver?
Roth.
I'm sorry?
Carver's for Roth.
Tarver said Roth. All right, hang on.
He did.
Tepe?
Tepe Berman.
Okay. Williams?
Williams for Roth.
Young?
Young Roth.
Okay. Let's count them up.
Twins.
112.
10, 11. Okay, Mr. Roth appears to be the winner on that one.
By 2 votes.
By 1 vote.
One vote.
12 to 11.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
All righty. Okay. Mr. Berman, thank you for putting your hat in the ring. It is.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. All right. So going back then to our agenda or to our board appointments.
Mr. Lindner had a,
Let me get my notes together. We had a friendly amendment to have Mr. Sanchez Chair Finance. Means that you would have, let's see if I may address.
I might
this.
have a solution for how we handle the two chair thing, if it's okay with you.
Well, I think it's up to Mr. I would like to talk to Mr. Sanchez first, if I may, sir, to see if he would like to give up his chairmanship of agriculture. Because that is,
Mr. Lindner's.
I think he wanted to talk about the 2 chairmanships, because now Mr. Sanchez could possibly be appointed as 2 chairs, which is not the practice of the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair Sanchez. Yeah, I'd heard rumor there was significant interest in asking me to take over chairmanship of the Finance Committee. And if that is the will of the board, I trust that wisdom. I would consider it an honor and I would accept. In terms of the complexity, I have no interest in serving as chairman for 2 committees. I've done that before. To simplify things, if it is the will of the board to accept me as the Finance Committee Chair, I would be willing to give up my seat on Agriculture Committee, and perhaps Mr. Tepe then would be able to chair that committee.
Well, that is up to Mr. Tepe
As an just something to.
and his potential interest in agriculture. To do that switch.
And your appointment. Appointment.
In my appointment, yes. All right, are there any other changes? Yes, Mr.
No
Leonard.
changes, Madam Chair. I would just suggest that if there is a vote and Mr. Sanchez was voted in as chairman of finance, he would give up the ag chairmanship, but there are 4 other people on the ag committee. One of them could become chair.
Possibly, yes.
Be the easiest solution.
Really?
Yes, but we have to move someone off of ag and if Mr. Sanchez wants to remain on ag as a committee member.
He could stay on ag.
Oh,
but
yeah.
not
Yeah,
as
he
chair.
can stay on ag. Yeah.
But not as chair.
Berman is on ag.
All right, with no other changes being heard,
Okay, so then. There's discussion, if any, additional on the Mr. Leonard or Mr. Lindner's motion. Unless unless the chair has the option to accept Mr. The movant, which I believe was Ms. Bates. Was,
That's
yeah,
a long time ago.
was concur in the appointments.
Yeah, so let's just keep things separate. So right now, as far as I'm concerned, you're considering Mr. Linder's motion. Unless Madam Chair wants to accept it without even having to take a vote, that can be done. Or if you guys want to continue discussion and then ultimately just take a vote, and then Madam Chair can make her decision based off of your friendly amendment.
There's 2 steps. All right. There was a motion to concur in the appointments as submitted. And I believe, Ms. Bates, that was your motion.
Yes.
All right. If you accept that as a friendly amendment, it would not require a further vote. It would then be up to Madam Chair to conclude if she wishes to concur in what she is submitting.
So the simple question is, do you want to accept as a part of your original motion his amendment? Yes or no? Which would be to change the finance chair.
I don't think it's a friendly amendment.
Okay, so then let's take that, I'm assuming that means you do not want to adopt that
We're
as a
all
part of it.
friends here, but
I understand, but what I'm saying to you is, do you want to adopt that as a part of your motion? I'm guessing no, based on what you're telling me.
okay, no.
Okay, so now we're on to a question for the board to consider as it relates to, there's a motion and a second for it. So let's keep the nesting dolls separate. And for all of you to consider this at this time. If you want to have discussion, continue the discussion. Otherwise, I'd take a vote and then it'll work its way back like any other resolution.
Okay, it should be a separate vote.
So potentially we could manage this amendment to the appointment schedule by a vote for
Yeah,
this
so
appointment.
in essence, kind of like I was saying earlier, if you take the vote and if it passes, then now her motion essentially is as amended, and then you take the larger vote for consensus, or you can choose to accept it or not. So at the end of the day, it's still your choice on what actually gets voted on substantively.
And if they do not accept it,
I'm already vice chair of finance.
If you choose not to accept it,
Microphone.
motion.
I didn't want the job. in the
Sorry,
first place.
shut up. My reading of this is that if the chair does not accept the proposed amendment, then the vote, assuming there are no other changes, would then be on the original motion to concur
I'd like
in
to
the
be on
appointments
legislative
as
and go-
submitted originally.
Correct.
I'd have to be on
All right.
legislative.
Does everybody
I don't know,
understand?
that's-
No.
That make it different.
Everybody understand what was just said, rules of order? With due respect to Mr. Sanchez, with due respect, I would like you to maintain your position as agriculture chair. It is something that I know that you have expressed a deep interest in. I talked to Mr. Kenyon. He told me that you'd make an excellent chair of that position. I know that Mr. Berman has an exceptionally good working relationship with our finance committee and the finance team.
Mr. Tepe,
Mr. Tepe, I'm sorry, Mr. Tepe. And I would respectfully not concur with that choice to keep Mr. Tepe as chair of the finance committee. He has rolled up his sleeves. He has done in-depth knowledge. He has a full comprehensive understanding of our financial position. And I believe that he will lead that committee effectively and well, with no disrespect to the hard work that Mr. Sanchez has done with his previous committee chairs that he has had. But at this point, I would like Mr. Tepe to remain in that position. So I do not accept it.
So even with that, the board has a option to still take a vote on the amendment. So at this point, if there's no further discussion, you have a motion and a second. At some point, you're gonna have to take a vote on it.
Let's do it.
Okay, so are we ready for the vote?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just a clarification. So we vote on this amendment, but it's an advisory to you, it's mandatory,
That's
it's not
correct.
mandatory.
That is correct.
If
That
you-
is
If you
correct.
reject it, then we go back to your original motion.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
That is correct. So if it passes, let's just say, for example, if it passes, Madam Chair then can either choose to make a change, which would require a new consensus vote, or she can leave it as is, and then you just take a straight up vote on the original consensus motion. And so everyone's clear,
As modified.
well, unless it's,
Or
well,
a member.
in that case, what we were talking about was if it wasn't passed,
Oh, A
So-
further motion would be in order at that point.
if it was amended, correct?
To delete from the motion to concur.
But why don't we do this? Let's just take the vote. Let's see where we are and let's
There
just
you
cross bridges as we go.
Everybody understand?
Want to make sure I'm, okay, I am
All,
just,
all this vote is a change to the recommendation from Vern Tepe for finance chair to Jarrett Sanchez. That's all this vote is.
correct. I just wanted to confirm that. Great.
So we
All
vote a
right.
yes or?
All right. So this is, like council said,
Vote. Jeffro, a yes vote on the motion would be to substitute Sanchez for Tepe
Correct.
as finance chair.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes is Sanchez.
in your
no is
microphone,
Tepe.
please, a repeat.
Yeah, a yes vote would be yes for Mr. Linder's motion,
Amendment.
and
The
a
yes
no
is
would
for
be a no
Sanchez.
vote with respect to Mr. Sanchez and finance.
So the easiest way to, I hear you say yes is Sanchez, no is Tepe.
All right, everybody got it?
All right,
All right, you ready?
here we go. Ellen,
Alan, aye.
Yes.
It's no.
Berman,
Berman, no.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
oops. Garcia,
Garcia, no.
Gripe,
Right, yes.
Gums,
Comes yes.
Iqbal,
Well, yes.
Juby,
Judy, I.
Caius. Caius, no. Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Penisys, no.
Roth,
Roth is a yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, present.
Strathman.
No.
Surges. Carver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, no.
Williams,
Williams, no.
Young,
Yes.
yep, it is Sanchez.
I count 13-9.
Yep.
It's 13-9.
Yep, 13-9, Mr. Sanchez. His name is in.
Okay, so now that that is, I believe, passed, correct, 13-9. At this point now, it is a consensus vote. And the question now is whether Madam Chair wants to make that change based on the recommendation from the board. If the answer is yes, then there'll be an actual change to Mavis's motion. If the answer is no, then Mavis, you can choose to make the change to your amendment or not. So at this point, the question would go to Madam Chair. Do you want to adopt that recommendation?
With all due respect to the board and their vote, I still stand firm that I believe Mr. Tepe would serve that committee very well.
Okay, so if that's the case, then now you're back to the general discussion as to whether to approve the entire thing up or down. If it gets passed, then obviously it gets passed as it stands. If it fails, however, that means all current positions would remain in effect until the next December meeting, with the exception of vacancies. So
Next December meeting, what does that
That's
mean?
December
oh,
16th.
this can only happen in this meeting.
Oh.
So,
Next December?
so when I say this won't take place until the next December meeting, I mean, basically everything that as it stands right now will stay in place until that, except for vacancies that will get filled as needed.
Next December or 2 years? December.
Whatever the next cycle is, if it's next year or 2 years from
years.
now. So 2 years then, whenever the next cycle would be.
Oh, yes,
I'm sorry.
all right. To my understanding, the appointments will be remade and readdressed again until to confer with these choices because of the dynamics of potential shifting that will happen with committee structures, people who are serving in the committee to reflect that and have it go back if there's any additional changes which I've not heard yet from the board on any of the committee assignments. If it's this one, that may happen a little bit more efficiently. If there is a series of others, which I'm not aware of, then that was going to take, because of the mosaic, there's a limitation of how many people can serve on each committee.
Do I have any say on my motion right now?
What are you looking to do?
I think Mr. Sanchez has won, and I would like to change, I want to withdraw my motion,
Okay, so
I think. I think
as-
we have to put Mr. Sanchez in here. It's been-
even as such, it's still ultimately Madam Chair's decision on who gets appointed up.
and
So
I
you
won't
can
do
leave your
anything.
motion in place and then the vote will just get taken straight up
Okay,
or straight down.
my motion stays.
Madam
there.
Chair,
Yes, Mr. Tepe.
Madam Chair, I'd like to propose an amendment. I'd like to propose that Dale Berman become Chair of Finance and that I become Vice Chair of Finance. Make that as an amendment.
Is that
No,
there's,
Never mind.
is there a second? Well, second. All right, so we now have a, thank you. We now have an amendment, and we'll be taking another vote. So it has been requested that Mr. Berman is also interested in remaining the chair of the Finance Committee. With Mr. Sanchez, also have an interest in that position. Mr. Sanchez, are you standing strong? You still like to be chair of that committee?
Of which committee? I'm sorry.
Well, you have seem to have abdicated your position on ag at this moment in time. It always can be adjusted back if you so choose. But we're talking right now about finance.
In the context of moving me as finance chair, that's when it was discussed that I would leave position as agriculture chair, assuming that was not approved and accepted, then we go back to the original chart in front of us. So I would still be ag chair, and we're
yes.
considering Berman.
Berman, no.
special.
So it'll be, we have a discussion now. I'm asking you, do you want to remain chair of being supported by members of the board, your fellow colleagues? Do you want to remain chair of the Finance Committee, or we'll take another vote?
He's not.
Because we have,
You mean ag?
I suppose I'm confused. I thought we did have a vote on it and it passed, but it wasn't accepted.
correct.
So if we voted on it again, would it not result in the same outcome?
Can't
Guess I'm
speak to
I'm
that.
largely confused.
So
I guess the motion that's on the floor right now as it relates to Mr. Berman and Mr. Tepe. I think you're in discussion of that. If you want to take a vote on that, you can. If part of that discussion is talking to Mr. Sanchez, that's fine, but right now the scope of this is whether or not you want to make that proposed amendment for the chair to consider.
And that,
At this point,
I'll leave that amendment.
the motion is a recommendation to the chair
Correct.
effectively.
And I would accept that recommendation.
So you can accept it even without a vote.
Mhm.
So at that point, then what I'm hearing you say is that you're now going to amend the appendix that you gave out to everybody that will have Berman as chair, Tepe as vice chair. So for those of you keeping track at home, go ahead and make those changes now.
Okay.
Because those are now considered what's being proposed. And because of that, Ms. Bates, would you be okay with amending your motion to adopt that amendment?
Yes.
Okay, and whoever the second is, would they be also willing?
Bias,
Guys, would you be willing to accept that?
yes,
Okay, so it's,
I think.
that's what we're dealing with. That was just agreed. So it doesn't need to be taken on a vote. So what we're at is now it's as amended under the general motion for Berman to be chair and Tepe to be vice chair. My question to the board is, does that create any other moving parts that need to be addressed?
That'll have to be something
They're on the same committee, I believe.
It's clean.
As I understand, Shepro, as I understand what is about to happen is that there has been a friendly amendment or or a friendly change by the movant, Ms. Bates,
Correct.
to concur in the appointments with the change of finance chair.
Yes, what I'm asking is
That-
there any moving
That
parts
is
from that?
so, the discussion and the vote would be on the motion to concur in the appointments as friendly
Which appointment?
amended, the appointments of Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may I have a point of clarification?
Clarification, I will recognize you for.
Clarification, thank you. So if I'm correct in understanding, we don't have to vote on that, but we do have to vote on the committees collectively. If we get the same 13 no votes and we vote no on these committees, then we revert back into our old committee structure.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Last term?
I request you reconsider your position.
We can't in the
Because
same
if the vote is again 13-9 and the whole thing is wash, goes away, then we have another crisis.
Mr. Iqbal, we need for you to use your microphone, please. Just introduce yourself so the people online can hear you.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Mr. Iqbal is
yeah,
speaking.
thank you, Madam Chair. The board has spoken 13-9 that Mr. Sanchez take over Finance Committee meeting, and you have opposed it. And my request is to reconsider your position, because if the same vote goes again and the entire sheet is rejected, then where do we go?
The answer to the question would be you revert back to what is currently standing. So whatever committees you're currently on, you'll stay on them for the next cycle. And any vacancies due to departing county board members will be filled by the chair. That does not require county board consensus.
Ms. Gums, you have a question?
I would respectfully ask you to reconsider.
Mr. Berman, you had a question?
No, I was, seems to me that if we vote and.
Mr. Berman, we need your microphone, please.
If we vote that if there's a no vote, majority votes no, that one of the no voters could change their vote and ask for a revote.
So that is correct. It would have to happen. It would have to happen in this meeting.
Right.
But you are correct. There is a motion to reconsider that's possible, but that would require one of those 13 people, if it's 13, just basing on your all's assumptions, would have to actually change their mind. So those are the two avenues before you.
All right. And in the light of collaboration, I know that oftentimes recently it has been happening, that there has been conversations that have been happening with board members without any input or just acknowledgement to me that you have an interest in changes. And I'm not just talking about this, I'm talking about a variety of different issues that things are brought forward. And it would be with the deepest appreciation that as chair, not to disagree with you, but at least to have the respectful acknowledgement that you are considering a change. I think it's duly appropriate. I think it's important for all of us to work collaboratively. I have been talking about this at some length. We work together with one voice once that decision is made. And it's very important that we have open, honest communication with each other. Nothing secret, nothing hidden, nothing divisive, because that is not what the people of Kane County want us here for. And I know we can play politics, and I know it's kind of fun, but it's not helpful to any of us, which is the reason, sir, Mr. Iqbal, I'm opposed to this, because if this had been talked, if someone had called me and let me know that this was their consideration, would have gladly considered it, would have gladly talked to any of these board members, which I have done. But to throw it at the last minute, again, which has been some of the history we've had with previous changes of delaying votes, I find inappropriate. So I will stand respectfully, going back to my position and respectfully to Mr. Sanchez, because I do respect his work. And I have to say no. Yes, Mr. Leonard.
Yes, Madam Chair. I understand your position. What you're asking is the 13 people that voted to make the change, for them to all make a change, but you will stick firm on your decision.
That is correct. That is correct. That is correct, sir. That is correct, sir. All right, so now we have another suggested change. And Mr. Doherty, I see your hand up, but let me just finish. I'd like to take another vote on this and see where we stand with the new suggestion of returning to Mr.
We're already past that.
We're past
So
that?
you adopted it.
All right.
And then Mavis made the change to her motion with Caius's second. So we're at the general adoption.
Right.
If Madam Chair would like to have another amendment to have another vote in the interim to see if those 13 people have changed their mind, and that might influence you, I would recommend it because like I said, the result of this being the consensus not being given is a 2-year result unless there's a change in this meeting. So I know there seems to be a little bit of a who's going to blink, but it's Mavis's is currently Mavis's motion was the original motion, which was to adopt all the appointments, but now there's been an accepted change by Madam Chair, which is now would be Berman as finance chair and Tepe as vice chair. That's what you're currently voting on. So it's my point to you is the easy route to determine on this is if somebody wants to make another amendment to see if that still stands as the recommendation of the board, you can do it that way. Or you can just at this point take the vote straight up or down. But again, if the vote's down, if somebody doesn't reconsider, everyone's staying in their current spots.
Madam Chair, I have a question for council, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Frank, I understand that if,
And this is Mr. Williams speaking.
I'm sorry, William speaking. So I understand that if Madam Chair's committee assignments aren't approved by the board today, that the old committee assignments will stand, which makes perfect sense, but we've lost 3 committee chairs. So the vice chairs under our ordinances cannot serve on the executive committee. So we'll have 3 vacancies on the executive committee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And those positions will be filled by the chairwoman without the consent of the board. And that's based off of if you look at the very next sentence, it talks about vacancies.
Mr. Doherty, your hand has been up.
Yes, I'm very, I don't know what the word is, bumped that you would speak to us about timeliness when we got the committee assignments at the last minute.
Sir, Mr. Doherty, your committee assignments was given to you last week, the first draft.
Yes, and the final draft was what, Sunday?
Sunday, because as I mentioned earlier, sir, respectfully, Miss Allen asked me on Saturday to consider a change for her. That change was accommodated as efficiently as we could on Sunday morning. So that is why. I gave everybody till Friday because I knew there were a variety of changes. These changes do not happen quickly with the mosaic that happens. As I mentioned, it took 5 other turns to get Miss Allen onto jobs, repositioning other committee members to accommodate her request. So that is why I was able to get it to you as quickly as I possibly could. Jane was not working, Jane Talish was not working on Sunday. So I had her send it out to you Sunday afternoon. Giving you just about 24 hours to review.
Madam Chair Guns.
Yes, Ms. Gumps.
I'd like to make a motion for a recess for 10 minutes.
Second.
Okay. Thank you.
All in favor?
Second,
Aye.
all of
There's
in
this
favor,
last,
aye. Aye.
Aye.
I should have my breath.
Thank you, Coffee.
A reminder to those online, we are still live streaming, even though we will mute the boardroom for the recess. If you need anything, use the chat feature in Zoom to track me down.
Somebody was gonna give us 1,000 acres.
Oh, 1,000 acres. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good point.
Well, I talked to Ben that he thought it might be, he seemed to.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll get.
10 minutes.
Yeah, but it won't happen if it's in 20 minutes. I mean, it's only 10 acres. It's not a big.
Yeah. It's not.
All right, everybody, we're going to start bringing this meeting back to order, please.
Meetings for 10 members. We're gonna have a problem.
Good luck. Very much.
We have a procedure tomorrow with our.
That's more important. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to reconvene and as soon as the tape is brought back on, we'll take roll again just to make sure we get everybody in place. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, this is for roll call. Ellen, are you present? Bates? Berman?
Berman's here.
Doherty?
Right here.
Okay. Garcia?
Garcia here.
Ripe?
Here.
Gums?
Thumbs here.
Iqbal?
Present.
Juby?
Over here.
Caius present.
Leonard?
Leonard here.
Lewis?
Who's here?
Linder? Molina?
Molina, present.
Thank you. Genesis?
Hennis is here.
Roth?
Roth here.
Sanchez?
Sanchez present.
Strathman?
Strathman, present.
Surgis? Tarver?
Tarver's here.
Tepe?
Seppi here.
Williams? Young.
Young here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Okay, very good. All right, so we have left off with Miss Bates's recommendation to move this forward as amended, the motion as amended. Is that correct? Do you want to restate what you have motioned?
Where's Mr. Frank?
Right there.
I can't do this
And
without.
we have our state's attorney in the room as well. And let it be known that Ms. Strathman is here and Mr. Doherty is online. And Mr. Sanchez is still here, which is good. All right, so we're ready to begin.
I would like, what I'd like to do right now, but I don't think I have the power to do that. Well, I would like to just move this forward as is.
As amended.
It's the amendment,
Say as amended, you're good.
as amended.
As
Well,
amended.
what's the amendment?
The amendment would have Berman be the chair and vice chair would be Tepe of
Oh, that
finance.
one. Okay, I'll move that
As
forward.
amended.
Yes.
All right, I believe we can call the roll, call the vote.
Do you have a second?
Do we have a second? Mr. Kyle seconded?
I'm not sure. No, I don't think I did second it. I'm still,
You were the second of the original
I'm the
motion.
original second, yes.
Yeah, so if there's no further discussion, then you can take the vote.
So I have a quick question.
Okay, hold on. Do you understand, Mr. Caius?
Confused.
Do I look confused? I can't understand why.
I think we're all confused with this process right
Because
now.
I'll need to have the amendment reiterated to me, because I heard a couple names I wasn't sure that they belonged there. This
Okay.
is- We're accepting this as is. We've already changed this to Roth.
I get it. There's an amendment.
Roth
on-
is completely separate.
Totally separate
There's an
issue.
amendment on the floor, just about.
So, okay, so Roth was treated completely separate. It's not a part of this at all.
Okay, so we're done with that.
Yep, done.
Thank you.
The only thing that is up for change right now is that Berman will become from a finance committeeman to finance chair.
Mhm.
And Tepe will go from finance chair to finance vice chair.
Mhm.
That's the only amendment that has made it through for the board to consider for consensus as it stands right now.
Okay. And so we have discussion. I see a hand up.
Madam Chair,
Ms.
again,
Gums?
Thank you, Gums here, just for clarity. If we vote no on this, again, we'll revert to our old committees. I would reiterate a request to reconsider. And I don't know if that clarifies for Mr. Caius what his second means.
Mr. Ross?
I have a question. Because it's going to take us a while to resolve. Could we somehow separate the finance committee and approve the rest? Because it seems like we're all in a consensus on that.
No.
I'm just asking.
It's all, no.
It's a question.
No,
to-
except. good
My
question.
understanding would be no.
Okay.
They're all together. You're understanding.
understand.
Together.
Madam Chair, can I ask for
There's a question.
clarification?
Oh, yes, Mr. Tarver.
Tarver, just for clarification, so if it does revert back, what about our newly elected board members? How do they get an assignment for the next 2 years? Is that appointed by Madam Chair?
That is correct. So if you want to look this up for yourself, it's 248 B, which is kind of, you know, the overarching thing on all of this anyways. But not only empty chair positions, but also the committees will be filled by the chair without consensus. So that would be the outcome of this. And that's done for, like, let's say somebody leaves the board unexpectedly, it can be filled immediately. So yeah, it's particularly 248B in case you're curious.
So in the case of finance going back, Mr. Leonard and Ms. Juby, because I just saw both of them, would remain on that committee if this is turned down. So you would remain back on those committees as you were in 2020 to, or I'm sorry, 22 to 24. So yeah, just as a sample, that would just be a sample.
Kind of sincere, does that include the chair and the vice chairs? Is that stay as the way it was on? the
Everything
previous-
stays the same. In fact, basically what was submitted to you today as if it acts as if it never happened.
Okay, all right, everybody clear?
Just, no, this is Caius.
Mr. Caius?
If I pulled my second, somebody else could second it, I guess.
Correct.
What would happen if I or Mavis pulled our second or motion to amend?
If you withdraw the ability for the county, for the board to consent or to provide consensus, then the same result exists even if you were to vote it down. So right now, Madam Chair has provided a list of appointments that she has decided she wants to appoint. You have to give consensus. If that's through a yes vote or in any mechanism, that's the only way this happens. If it fails for any reason whatsoever, then the appointments never received consensus, thus they never happened. So if you pull your second and no one seconds, then the appointment motion or whatever you want to call it dies. Or if a vote is taken and it fails, it also dies.
So we'll vote on it, then we find out what the board wants to do.
Yep. I think that's the easiest way to say it. Yeah.
Strathman?
Chair, I would just like to make a comment and say that this has been done by a committee that has put in many hours. It's not just one person's opinion as to what the committee, it also there has been adjustments made as people have put in requests. And so I would like for people to remember that as they take this vote.
That has been, I feel, very open, responsive process.
Let's vote.
Yeah, okay, you ready?
No.
Madam Chair, I've got one more comment.
All right, this is your last comment, ma'am.
Thank you, Gums here. Hell of a way to start this, huh? With all due respect, I think that going forward, we have to be functional. That's not proving to be true in these first several hours. But I would like to acknowledge the vote that occurred for the vice chair of finance and the chair or the chair of finance. And the message that it may send that there is dismissiveness from our chair of those 13 people. And recalling the conversations that you did have, Madam Chair, I think a reconsideration of this would frankly move mountains to get us where we need to be. And I would just ask you again to reconsider it. We've got a lot of work to do. We can do it. We can be pissed off and we can go forward. And I don't blame you for being pissed off. But I would respectfully ask you to reconsider.
All right, I think we're ready for the vote. So let's take the vote.
Can someone please restate the amendment?
The question would be to approve the appointments that were submitted to you, I think in the last day or so, or a few days, with one amendment, which is Dale Berman would be moved from committee, finance committee member to chair, and Vern Tepe would be from chair to vice chair.
I'm so sorry. This has nothing to do with Jarrett.
It does indirectly because Jarrett, the vote for Jarrett was rejected by Madam Chair. So it would leave Jarrett in his current positions as well as everyone else if voted down. Or it would, if approved, then it would not, it would leave Jarrett only as chair of ag and whatever else he was assigned to in that document.
And he is currently sitting on, he's on finance committee.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Mr. Leonard, yes.
If I may, I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Frank. If in fact the vote is no on this friendly amendment or whatever it's called, and we go back to the other committee assignments from the last 2 years, can we revisit this in January and do new assignments?
No.
Okay, so the answer is no, as the law is currently constructed. However, it's your own county code. So you could amend the county code if an agreement was ultimately reached. But again, this is like nuclear type of stuff. And it would take, I would agree with Mr. Linder, it would take a few months.
It'll take a few months. So that certainly the county code can be changed. It is in the process of being changed right now to remove co-chairs. So that is a friendly thing that is happening, a recommendation from 2 of our chairs who no longer wish to have co-chairs on those committees. So that would reduce the size of the executive committee from 15 to 13, which should be actually a minority of the board, or it's still a majority of the board because of the 13 committees. So that is being recommended right now for your consideration. It will be coming to the board as soon as we get the draft. That has been coming through consensus of both of those committees.
The way you spoke, it sounded like it was in process.
Microphone,
It's,
please.
well, the draft is in process, sir.
Okay,
Question for council.
that's a good idea.
There's Mr. Williams.
What if this meeting was recessed to January? Would that still be the case?
Okay, so this meeting could be continued to a different date, but it would have to be the same meeting. It cannot be, this issue cannot be recessed to another date or postponed to another date. It would have to be a part of the same continuing meeting because 248 says, quote, the December meeting. It has to happen on the December meeting. So I would read that to mean in this meeting, however constructed. I was hoping to avoid this question, but if that happens,
Clever, Trevor. Let me tell you.
if this happens, though, you're gonna have to move this to the end of the meeting. Mr. Tarver's motion was already accepted, so you really can't move forward until you address this issue unless there's a motion to move it to the end. And then you can get some of the other stuff done like consent agenda, and then you could theoretically continue the meeting as you've done in the past to have this meeting simply continued on a different date.
And
I
that
would recommend
continue-
doing it until January.
No,
I would still
December.
think you would need to do it in December, but the answer is yes.
Point.
And that meeting, potential date for that, which would work, I believe, for all of us, is we're going to have a committee of the whole on December 16th. So we would reconvene this committee back to discuss this item only on December 16th, if that is the will of the board.
Can you vote
Well,
at that?
Ben,
Oh, well, no,
point
it
of
will
order.
be, if there was a question asked, please.
No, but-
That can happen, yes, because we would have, committee of the whole would take place directly after the full board meeting to discuss this issue.
Genesis here,
separate
do we
meetings.
still have to vote on this motion that's on the floor though, right?
Question, point of order.
Point of order right now.
Would it be appropriate at this point of order is to move this to the end of the meeting right now? Could we make a motion to move it to the end of the meeting right now?
The answer is yes.
Yes.
I won't comment on if it's appropriate or not, but it's legal.
I
yes.
would say legally, I move that we put this, which I hope we would do at the end, because we've got bills to pay.
I
We don't want to be
second.
stuck doing that.
Okay.
We
so
don't want to be
that's-
stuck without paying
that's-
our bill.
To me, that's a priority motion that can be taken up right now.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move this to the end. It's already been second. And we need to take a roll call vote on that.
No.
Or we can just do it by
Discussion?
consensus.
Discussion?
I tried.
Why
Roll
not
call.
vote on it? Why-
You
why
need
do
discussion first, but
Is there
but
discussion?
it's a procedural vote, so you could
Okay.
do it by ayes if you want.
Okay, discussion on moving us to the end.
What?
Sure.
I made it.
I know this is not all about me, but I need to leave. And I was hoping that we could have this vote first, but I have a person that has to get home and I have to go now. So I'm just letting you know.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for that notification.
Safer than he.
Yes, yes, hold on a second.
Meaning by
He'll zoom in.
moving it to the end?
If this gets moved to the end, there could be a recommendation to reconsideration or just postponing the vote, postponing it to December 16th.
No, you
not
wouldn't postpone the vote. You would continue the meeting. to
Continue
this
the
new
meeting
date.
to December 16th.
We can always do
Yes.
that.
Yes.
What the point is that we have to pay our bills. If we don't pay our bills, we're stuck like the last time in July, and it looks really bad.
It's very awkward for all
It's
of our
very
committee
awkward.
chairs.
Let's pay our bills. You're talking at
Call the
least
vote.
the consent agenda.
Call the vote?
No, why do I call the vote?
Call the vote. Let's call.
Let's vote
let's
the
call-
bills.
Well,
all right,
was that a motion to call the vote, or then you have to,
So you
then
gotta
somebody would
vote.
have to second it, and then we'd have to get 2/3
So
majority.
you
Unless
had a
there's no
priority
objection.
motion. Your motion needs to be voted on right now.
Okay, so let's call the vote.
What it is.
This is simply to move this discussion to the end
Of
of
this meeting.
the meeting.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Doherty.
Wouldn't Ms. Bates have to withdraw her motion first?
No, it's a priority motion. That's procedural.
Okay. All
Okay.
right, that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So we're taking a vote to move this discussion to the end of the meeting. Clerk, call the roll.
And that was moved by Caius and was seconded by Genesis. Allen,
Allen, aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, no.
Doherty,
Very yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Right, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Ball,
Well, no.
Juby,
Trevino,
Caius,
Guys, yes?
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, no.
Okay, and Strathman is gone. Surges,
Surges, no.
Carver, Tepe,
Zepi, no.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
No.
I think the nays have it.
I think we have a tie.
10, I've got 11. Ooh. 4, 6, 11, 12. Nope, the ayes have it. I'm sorry. So it moves.
Okay, it moves to.
Counting on my fingers.
Oh, no, wait. I have 11, 11.
Yeah, that's what I thought it tied.
So you're gonna,
Tie. I'll break the tie. We'll move it to the end. Take care of business, everybody.
Madam Chair, there was a request from attendees online that board members use their microphones just so they can hear what we're
Okay.
actually saying. It's
Okay.
sometimes obviously they're very not sensitive, so we got to lean into them.
All right. All right, let's get done with business. All right, as a reminder to our board members, if we're going to be discussing any of the items that get pulled off consent agenda, you will have Yes, it is our practice. We'll have 2 times for you to talk on any item. I will keep score. And I will remind you, this will be your last time to talk, simply so that we don't have extended conversation to be able to move. And I say that, you're going to be laughing at me, to move this meeting in an expedited manner. So with that, let's get through consent agenda, and do I have a motion and a second?
Oh, you got to ask if they want to pull anything off.
Oh,
Oh, yes, do I have a motion and a second to,
first you have to take stuff off.
does anybody want to pull anything off?
That's,
There we go. All right,
Okay.
Miss Juby, I see your hand up first.
Okay, I would like to remove 24-511. 4-513. 4-516. 24-519. 24-522.
522?
Yes, 24-523. 24-542.
All right, over on this side of the aisle, Mr. Iqbal.
I have 2, 24 dash, please.
Microphone.
4-505 and 24 dash
On a second, please.
505 and 24 dash
Go slower, please. I'm still trying to find the paper.
of
Fine.
page 1, page 1.
Okay. 505. American Rescue Plan Resolution 505.
505 and 506. And then another one, which is the legal affairs. 24-544.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else on this side of the aisle? Yes, sir.
Sorry, I lost it. I need to remove. Here we go. 24-529 for the purposes of abstaining on the votes.
what purpose?
Abstaining.
Mention.
529. Okay, thank you.
The buddy.
Is there another one? Williams, is that it?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
okay. All right, this side of the aisle, Mr. Surges.
I can, am I on? I concur with Dr. Iqbal, 24-544, but Mo, I'm going to ask that to be sent back to committee at this time.
All right, we'll address that when we bring it back up again.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right, anybody else on this side? No? Okay, very good. All right, may I please have a motion and a second to approve the following items except item number 24-505, 24-506, 24-411, 24-512, 24.
It's 511.
Let's start over again.
And 1. All right, I'm going to start from the very beginning. All
Could
right.
could you speak in the microphone, please?
Oh, yes, that was on close to me. Absolutely. First one. The following except for item number 24-505, 24-506, 24-511, 24-513, 24-516, 24-519, 24-522, 24-523, 24-529, 24-542, 24-544, and I believe, let me check the last page, that is it. So do I have a motion and a second?
Linder second.
Carver and Linder.
Tarver and Linder made the motions.
All right, ready to take the vote?
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Ripe, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Yes.
Chuby,
Chuby, I.
Dice, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
This,
Genesis,
yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Surgis,
Burgess, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, the pass.
Madam Chair, I am back online.
Oh, welcome, Ms.
Strathman.
Strathman.
And your
Very good.
vote?
And your vote on the consent
Is
agenda?
yes.
Yes, okay.
Is
good.
yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Drive safely. All right, may I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24505? Mr. Iqbal?
Yes.
Well, no, we need a motion and a second. Are you making the motion?
I want to make an amendment to it.
Well, we need to have the motion on the
Motion,
floor,
yeah,
please.
somebody,
Would it?
Chuby,
second?
Chuby moves.
Thank you, Ms. Juby.
Dice second.
Thank you. All right. Yes, Mr. Iqbal.
yeah, Blair, could you please put those, looks like not this one, the other one, which is a 505. It's page 59, if you can't get it. Yes, that's the one. Okay, right here, there's a typo, so I thought it should be corrected. It says US, but it should be use. Add E to it.
So it's just a friendly.
Page 59.
Page 59.
Yeah.
Is there anything else on that?
No, this is it.
All right. So with that acceptance, let's take the roll. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Miss Strassman is not here to speak to this issue. Am I, I would like to step in and say that I've watched this from the inception, which was when Barb
Could you say your
Jeffers-
name, please? Your name?
Oh, Alan.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
I'm sorry. When this project started, when Barb Jeffers was in charge of, was the executive director of health. And it's a situation where you look at a program and you say, oh, good, the government is here to help. But the fact is that this program turned out to be embraced by everyone who was asked to use it. It is a way to immediately connect people who come looking for services, and the services may not know that, or may know that they cannot help, but they are immediately able to put the person in connection with entities that can help them through this IRIS program. It has been wildly successful and embraced by the people that we asked to use it. So I think that this recommendation should be followed.
Yes, I think it's just.
Point of information, we're just voting on the amendment to correct the spelling error, is that correct?
There's a
I think we're just
friendly
doing a
amendment.
spelling correct.
It's just a
correction.
friendly amendment on it.
Just a friendly amendment. Can we
sorry.
do it just by Scribner's error and then vote on the original?
It's just.
Would that
so
be
we have-
appropriate?
Everyone accept the Scribner's error,
Yeah,
right?
just accept the Scribner's error and then vote on the original.
Okay, so.
All happy to pass.
We all, I don't think anybody disagreeing with this.
I'll leave now.
No, you're fine. It's not confusing in here at all today.
From to use instead of to us. It's changed back to use.
Can't find it. Does that help?
It's the very last paragraph on page 59, first sentence.
It's highlighted on the screen.
All right, with that, clerk, take the roll, please.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman, Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
thank you. Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Ripe, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Chuby,
Chuby, I.
Caius,
Nice, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Louis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Molina, yes.
Genesis, Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
okay, Surges,
Surges, yes.
Carver,
Carver, yes.
Pepe,
Pepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Okay, and just have, do I have your permission to allow Mr. Sanchez to step online? He has childcare issues.
Yes.
Yes, okay, just permission. You're welcome. And Ms. Strathman, you are welcomed as well. Noted healthcare issues for a family
you.
member. All right, motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24506. Motion,
Gumsel,
please.
Gumsel move.
Thank you, Ms. Gums. Second.
Seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bates.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will request Blair to put on the slides for 5 or 6. In this amendment, let him put it. Yeah, this is the one I sent you today. 506. This part is correct, yes. Okay, we are removing the resolved part, which combines 3 entities into a more elaborate version, which has 7 entities. If you can put the second page, which is amendment. Yeah, this is, yeah, that page plus this is page following it. We have worked with the state attorney's office to make this change. And it covers 7 departments and entities regarding the ARPA fund. It essentially is the same thing, but its scope is much wider and it explains more. And there will be follow-up on the memorandum of understanding that the chairperson will have to sign. But this is a streamlining, it's a friendly amendment, nothing adversary. The chairman, the adverse. Okay, that's the page 1. Page 1 has 5 entities, and the page 2 would have the remaining 6 and 7.
Thank you.
All right, so your recommendation, Mr. Iqbal, is to amend this entire resolution and include that instead?
Yeah, delete the resolved part and replace it with the 2 pages that we have provided.
Has everybody been able to review this?
No.
As Mr. Sanchez?
Mr.
Mr.
Sanchez,
Sanchez is in concurrence. I have spoken to him. I have spoken to, and actually it has been worked by the state attorney's office.
all right, that's fine.
Sanchez here.
Yes, Mr. Sanchez, yes, please.
Yeah, I didn't have any input on this, and I would just ask Mr. Frank to just concur that this is what Mr. Iqbal says, that it is not going to cause any timeline issues. I believe our program manager, Ms. Fonstock, was not included in this conversation either. So I just wanted stated that this is still in alignment with all of the goals that we have for the program.
I don't know that he can, I'm sorry, Gums here. I don't know that
All right.
council can weigh in on that. It's elite.
Ms. Combs, let Mr. Sanchez ask a question that needs to be responded to.
SCF Frank, I guess what I'll say is this. The way originally had it was, to our belief, adequate. Mr. Iqbal reached out to us, asked if we could make this more substantive and more clear. We endeavored to do that while also making sure that this did not affect the original intent of these resolutions. If you've noticed, there's a lot of language in here, and that's for a reason. If we were going to change it, it needed to be clean and clear and thorough. That is what is here. I can confirm that it still achieves the same goals of the original language. But either version is fine by us.
Madam Chair.
All right. Yes, Ms. Combs.
May I ask because it's Bates
Bates,
here.
I'm sorry. I always do
Did
that.
you call me something else? I didn't
No,
even
I always
notice.
do that. to the two of you.
Can you explain to me the purpose of this change of language? It's not changing the substance of what we're trying to do. It is for what purpose? I need it on a bumper sticker because I can't read this that fast.
The purpose, I would leave to Dr. Iqbal to explain his purpose for this. What I can say is the language really it separates it out for each action. So you have a now therefore for each MOU, as opposed to just saying you have an MOU for the following, then A, B, C, D, F, G. Here, it's saying you have an MOU for this, and then it says a similar language for the next thing. So it's just a different way to write it, both of which would lead to the same legal result. But to support at the very least his endeavors, this is more clear, but both are legal.
Okay, I see each paragraph is about a different department of King County.
Yeah, so to kind of go backwards for 2 seconds, just so everybody kind of understands the point of this. This is an effort to endeavor to make sure that it's clear that the money has been obligated for purposes of ARPA before the deadline ends at the end of the month. And this MOU binds the money in a manner that we believe will ultimately be accepted by the federal government, saying it is in fact obligated, so those monies are not lost. As we found with ARPA, it's an imperfect science. We don't really know what the feds will do or not do. But this is our best guess as to what would be accepted. So that's what we're trying to do. I'll defer to Dr. Iqbal of his purpose on why he wants the language changed, but at least my understanding of what he's trying to do is essentially to make it more clear.
And Mr. Sanchez was not aware of this ahead of time.
We were only asked to provide Dr. Iqbal language. We were not asked to involve anybody.
Mr. Sanchez was in the loop. I informed him, I sent him everything, and he has been.
Mr. Sanchez, are you still?
Mr. Sanchez, you can hear me, right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, it is my understanding that what you had just shared with us a little earlier is that you did not have the opportunity to read this document before it was submitted today?
It was sent to me about a day or so ago. My comment was that I just didn't have any input on this, and I just wanted to get that affirmation that this change is not going to affect the intent and the spirit of the resolution, and it's not going to create any undue issues for staff or for our timeline with the program.
Yeah, I don't have a crystal ball on all of that, but what I can tell you is the person who helped write the original resolution helped write this amendment, and we believe that this achieves the same goal.
All right, so it's just a more comprehensive amendment than the current language, in addition to the current language. Ms. Gums, your hand is
Yeah,
up.
thank you, Gums here. The only comment I have is, if they both achieve the same thing, I don't know why we're doing an amendment, so I wouldn't support the amendment.
Okay, any other discussion on this? All right, so we are voting on the amendment to the amendment to this resolution. So let's take the roll as per amended. So a yes vote is to accept the amendment, a no vote is to reject it and go back to the original language. And then we will vote on that resolution of whether or not it's been accepted or remains intact. The amendment has been accepted. Okay, everybody clear? Okay, so let's just on the amendment. Who's, I think there was a motion. Yes. There was, no, I think there was another amendment. Who?
Oh.
Madam Chair, Gums and Bates moved the original. There was no motion for an amendment.
So is there a motion to accept the amendment? Does anybody like to motion? Mr. Iqbal, your motion? And is there a second on this?
A second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Young. All right, with that motion and second, we've had discussion. Okay, let's take the vote on the amendment.
Correct. Ellen?
Ellen, no.
Bates?
Bates, no.
Berman,
Berman, no.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
okay. Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Right, no.
Gums, no.
Iqbal,
Yes.
Juby,
Should aye.
Caius,
Caius, no.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
No.
Linder,
Under no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Hennessis,
Genesis, no.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Strathman,
Strathman, no.
Surgis,
Sturgis, no.
Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe,
Zepi, no.
Williams,
Williams, no.
Young.
Yes.
All right, the nays have it.
Okay, so
Yes.
thank you for your efforts, Mr. Iqbal, but it does fail. All right, so we're back to the original motion. If there's no further discussion on this resolution 24-506, let's take the roll call.
Allen,
Ellen, aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Wright,
Right, yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
One, no.
Juby, Caius,
Caius, yes.
Yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Under yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Hennessis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgis,
Sturgis, yes.
Tarver, yes.
Williams, I'm sorry, Tepe,
Zepi, yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
That passes.
Okay, very good.
Solar thing, right?
Yeah.
Right. I would like to just take 1 minute recess. I need to talk to Mr. Frank.
Okay.
What? Have more coffee?
Pizza sausage or?
Where are you having your eye surgery?
Tortilla.
All right, we're ready to begin. We left off on 24-511. May I have a motion to discuss and
Williams
possibly?
moves.
Thank you.
What
Thank
about
you,
five
sir.
and six?
Second, please.
Tarver, seconds.
You. Discussion. And Ms. Juby, you brought this forward?
I did. I brought it forward because it's an increase. It's our Fifth Amendment with them and it's an increase of $120,000. And although this money isn't coming from our general fund, it's coming from ARPA money. I think we need to be more aware of when we make these adjustments in contracts. And so I wanted to be able to vote no.
Is there any other discussion on this item?
What number was it?
Hearing-
Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say that, this is a program that is very complex and that makes it very hard to project what actual needs will be. And I think we've definitely come pretty close along the way, but then sometimes things change. New projects come up that are approved by the board, and other work needs to be done. So I just, I know that it's kind of past the point now. We've obligated all the funds, but as always, I've said, attend the ARPA committee meetings and get questions answered at that point. So you can really understand why we're asking for this increase. But after the start of the new year, our needs for the third-party consultant will be shifting. They've been doing a lot of heavy lifting work for us as we've really cranked out obligating all of that money. So just putting that out there that, you know, this is just the result of you don't know what you don't know. And we're still within a really reasonable percentage of the overall in terms of how much we're spending on administrative costs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Is this on amendment to that?
No, no.
straight up.
Straight up.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Right, yes.
Gums,
No.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Juby,
Juby, no.
Dice, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Under no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Penesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Surgis,
Sturgis, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, no.
it's no.
No.
Correct. All right, Young.
No.
All right.
Point of question, Ms. Strathman did not get to vote.
That is accurate. Ms. Strathman is not going to be allowed to vote for the continuation of the board meeting because she does not have an excused absence.
Yes, she does. It's a
No.
family emergency.
No, I
Take
was
her
just
husband home.
conferred by our state's attorney, ma'am, and that was not the case because this was a planned surgery, not an emergency, health emergency.
Ooh.
So that I got that
Thank you.
direction directly from Mr. Frank.
Resolution 2411 passes.
Splitting hairs.
Right. Tim, sometimes. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24-513?
Gripe, so moved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gripe. Second, please.
Under.
Thank you, Mr. Mike. Ms. Juby, you pulled it.
I did. I pulled several of the Omnia purchases because I believe that we don't know if these are the best possible prices that we can get. We have no assurance that that's the lowest responsible bidder if we don't put out, and that co-ops are not necessarily the cheapest, but they are the most convenient. And given our very tenuous financial state coming up in the next budget, I think we need to try to save money everywhere we can. I'm not saying that they're not going to be the cheapest, but I'm going to say that we don't know, so therefore I can't support it.
Again, excuse me, I have another pause.
Just making it up as we go along. He's in the back. 4:30 yet. I'm leaving at 4:30.
All right, I'm going to thank Ms. Juby. Thank you so much for your comments. I'd like to bring back, talk about a heck of a board meeting. All right. Ms. Strathman, are you online? I'm going to have to pause this, whether or not you will convene, allow Ms. Strathman to vote or not. No. Hold. Yeah, Ms. Strathman, you are online? All right, well, let's.
We might want to give her a second. I think she dropped off to take my call.
She disagrees with the original assumption that was made by the state's attorney for the reason why we did not have all of the details. And now we have further details on this issue, which she would like to share with you. And I will need your consent to allow Ms. Strathman to fully participate with the voting and fully participate in the meeting instead of just listening.
No objection, no objection.
Okay.
What is the, obviously there was an issue that Mr. Frank saw. What is the rule again for being able to participate in the meetings, remotely? I guess we should go through that real quick.
All right.
And
So
what are the reasons, the 3-4 reasons?
So
why don't we just do specific on this one and then we can do broad? so
Yeah,
we can get on with the
just so
meeting?
we're clear, so everybody kind of understands what's going on. I was informed that there's a concern as it relates to maybe her not fitting one of the criteria. The risk, and the reason we always bring this up, it's nothing against Ms. Strathman whatsoever. The risk is it can invalidate votes if people who can't appear vote, and if she's a tie-breaking vote, then it invalidates it. So the question was an inquiry into whether or not she fits into based on what she had said was personally happening. In talking with her, she explained to me why she believes it fits. I told her that the appropriate thing for us to do is to have a conversation because ultimately it's the board's decision. In fact, my computer just shut off. The four options are personal illness or disability, employment purposes or the business of the public body, a family or other emergency, or an unexpected childcare obligation. My understanding is she believes this constitutes a family emergency, and she wants to explain why she believes that. And I'm not objecting. It's ultimately the board's decision. I was just calling attention to the issue. I'm not trying to get in the way of any kind of a vote. And I was,
Ms. Strathman, do you want to,
Madam Chair, before she speaks,
oh,
Gums,
I don't want to belabor this. because
I
we've
just
got a
don't
long-
think that she needs to explain herself.
I don't either.
So we don't need, so do we have your
Objection.
permission to allow Ms. Strathman in?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Very, very good. All right, Ms.
Madam
Strathman?
Chair, am I allowed to make a vote now?
Yes, take your vote. And
All
this
right.
is, we're already, do you want to vote on 11 or we are right now on to 11 passed? So we can go, we're right now on 513 and the discussion is on Omnia.
I will go, take up, starting now, I will continue.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, so
Thank you.
Ms. Juby made her comments. Are there any other comments on this? Yes, ma'am, or sir, sorry.
Yes, sir, today, this is Caius. Comes through administration, and I think that I could try and explain it, but I don't think I do justice. I know Heidi Files is here, if she wants to explain her. Roger Fonstock, our Executive Director of IT, but Heidi Files?
Good morning.
Feel comfortable?
Sure, I can do my best.
Okay.
The reason that we have been using some of the cooperative purchasing agreements is that we have economies of, there's a few different reasons. I'll do the bullet points. Economies of scale. These are nationally procured contracts. The documents, the contracts, the bid docs, everything's available. It's a simple process. It saves us months of time. BidNet Direct is typically what we use with the purchasing department to bid out some of our projects. We have had sometimes poor responses from vendors for BidNet Direct. We've even have had some vendors who say they're not going to work with our county contract process. So the Omnia arrangement allows us to use nationally competitively bid contracts that have been bid by other public agencies. And so we feel like there is a very transparent process and that we get sometimes higher quality, more reliable, nationally recognized companies. And sometimes we're able to use local companies through these national purchasing cooperatives. So some of the projects that you'll see that have the Omnia agreements are using actually national or locally bid companies and vendors. But we do feel like we get extremely high quality, reliable work through these contracts. And we have had multiple issues with the BidNet Direct process. A lot of vendors aren't using our BidNet Direct process, which is the website where we post all of our bids. And we have very good luck with the national cooperative purchasing agreements.
And then
Yes, yes, sir.
My part of it would be, this is a state recognized program.
It's a nationally recognized and
program.
the state of
Our state
Illinois-
uses it.
Yes, yes.
So it's been approved by the
This-
state. Needs-
If I may.
Mr. Fodstock, yes, please.
Yes, hi. Just for clarification, this is a joint purchasing authority that's in the Illinois statutes. It allows municipalities and counties to use joint purchasing cooperatives. And it is actually under the chief procurement officer of the state of Illinois. They actually recognize Omnia and some of the other joint purchasing cooperatives that we use. They are in fact competitively bid, and those are the ones identified by the state of Illinois procurement office and the ones that purchasing and the building management and IT have been using. So just wanted to point out that it is a part of the joint purchasing authority that's in the state statute.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Tarver.
I'm just curious, what happens if this gets voted down? What's the next step?
For this particular one, the Johnson Controls, this one we're on, right? This contract is concerning because there are ARPA funds related to this. This is for providing card access to the Judicial Center, the courthouse in St. Charles. So this one would be a concern. There'd be a possibility that we could not finish that ARPA project. We'd have to find a way to utilize those funds on another project. For that one, that's the main concern with this particular resolution.
Would have to go out to bid, is that correct? You'd have to go out to bid again with this?
Well, yes, but we probably wouldn't be able to do, we would not be able to use ARPA funds for the Judicial Center card access program.
There's several of those that Ms. Juby has.
Because
has
it's,
flagged of
because
now.
this is the JCI, we do the card access through the Johnson Controls contract. And so I believe this is the renewal for an existing contract because it's going to be up. So to have the funds obligated within the December 31st, 2024, we need this to be in place.
Okay, we've got another staff member coming up.
Hi, yes, this is Charles Lasky from the IT department. I was just gonna reiterate that, yeah, this resolution is specifically for access control. And if this doesn't go through, we don't obligate the funds, and that means they're not available. So it's part of what was discussed earlier with the memo of understanding that's being done. This is another step in that to get that process going and to make sure we have the funds for that project.
Okay, all right, Ms. Bates?
Charles and Heidi, would there is, or Jared, if you're still on, there's a possibility we would just lose this money, right? It's ARPA funds. It has to be assigned by the end of 2024. If we don't approve this now, we would just lose the money. It would just vanish and Kane County would lose the money. Is that correct? Neither of you are nodding your heads, so.
My understanding is the money would not be available for this project. There may be a way before the end of the month to re-obligate that to something else, but I don't know what that.
Jared, are you on? I believe as a member of the ARPA committee for many years now, that if this money does not get obligated today, there's a good chance it will never get spent by Kane County. We will lose the money. We will leave the money on the table and walk away.
All right, last one.
To Mavis's end, I guess my question is, are we comfortable that this would pass audit or not? Is that not the ultimate question? And I believe the committee has vetted that it would pass audit, that it's gone through the proper process, and I'd be supporting this.
Is that correct?
Yes, I've met with Suzanne Fonstock and the representatives from EY. They reviewed this, they have approved it, they recommended this path, so it has been approved by the outside group that's auditing these requests.
Madam Chair, if I could continue on that, if we want to change this process, let's do it, but at this late hour in the ARP game, that I would not be interested in that conversation right now, not that it doesn't have merit for next year.
All right, very good. All right. Joint purchasing can be discussed perhaps at admin at a future date.
That was part of the process.
All righty.
Been instructed to do that.
Okay, very good. All right. I don't think we need any further discussion on this. Please take the roll.
Ellen?
Aye. 513.
513?
513, yes. Bates?
Yes.
And Doherty?
Doherty, yes.
Garcia? Gripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Yes.
Juby,
No.
Caius, yes. Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Zeppy, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
No.
Okay,
No.
still passes. One nay, two nays.
Okay,
Doherty.
may I have a,
Comment.
Okay, comment?
Doherty comment.
Mr. Doherty? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I voted yes, so we don't lose the money. But can we make some note or some request that in the future, the committee uses the bid process to make sure that we are getting the lowest price?
Purchasing.
Could I answer that?
Yes, I will let Mr. Caius just.
I believe that's part of the, and I'll refer to Mr. Frank, but we're also working with a number of things, including this and looking at things about purchasing. I'm
Yeah, so
expecting
that's one
some
of the
paperwork
things.
from you.
Yeah, I think there's one of the things that I think will ultimately come of one of the recommendations is that bidding be the actual first step.
Well, I don't
and
know that we need to know
these be-
exactly what it is, excuse me, but it's been
Just
a long time.
generically,
We
yes.
are going to be dealing with that correctly, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes,
Thank
okay,
you.
very good. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
In your money today, John.
I think we all are.
This is why we pay you the big bucks.
May I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 516.
Williams moves.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Williams.
second.
Thank you, Mr. Caius. Ms. Juby.
I just want to state that these are the same things I voted no on in admin. I'm just being consistent. I'm not looking to change anyone's mind. It stands. I have a problem with the way we use our co-op systems.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, there's no further discussion. I think we had a lengthy discussion about a similar item just when we talked about a 513. Seeing no hands up, clerk call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Sorry, yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Juby,
Should be no.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver, Tepe,
Zeppy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young. Still passes.
All righty. May I please have a motion, a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24519.
Caius move.
Thank you, sir. Second. Thank you, Mr. Berman. Discussion. Ms. Juby?
Just that this is a $200,000 contract that I believe should have been bid out.
Anything else? That's it. All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Already no.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Gripe, no.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Juby,
Should be no.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard, Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Zeppy, yes.
Williams,
Williams, no.
and Young is not here. I think that passes. Yep.
All right, may I please have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24-522?
Caius move.
Mr. Gass, second.
Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Ms. Juby?
Same reason.
I'm sorry, could you speak a little louder, please, just for the mic?
Same reason for removing it, so I can vote no.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other further discussion on this? Okay, clerk, take the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, no.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Ripe, no.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Juby,
Juby, no.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard, Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Under no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Carver, yes.
Duffy, yes.
Williams,
Williams, no.
Young is not back, passes.
Okay, ready? May I please have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24-529?
Bates moves, oh,
529.
23?
We forgot 23.
523.
Right, my apologies. Let's go back.
23.
A motion, a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 523.
Caius move.
Thank you. Second.
Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Ms. Juby?
Just want to add that this contract was publicly bid by Cobb County, Georgia, and not Kane County, so I still want to vote no.
That's because it was bid through Omnia. All righty. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, call the roll.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, no.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Ripe, no.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Juby,
Juby, no.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard, Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Duffy, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young. Oh, he's not here. Still passes.
All right, very good. As we leave this with our conversation about Omnia and group purchasing cooperatives, I would like to ask for, if it's going to be talked through admin as well as our state's attorney, NACO has done an extensive amount of research on this kind of programming. They find it to be highly recommended to be able to work with this because of efficiency and good prices. I would suggest, obviously, the decision is on this board to make their decision on how you want to move forward with your purchasing. But do look at the resources of NACO because it's part of the membership that we have, that research, that extensive national research that they do provide. Other counties throughout the United States do use these kind of purchasing orders. So we may want to refer to them as well for their recommendations and ask them what they feel about it. All right, so let's go on to item number 24-529.
529.
529.
Development.
Linder moves.
Thank you.
Allen seconds.
Thank you. It's been noted that Mr. Williams has left because he is abstaining from the vote. Is there any other conversation about this? No. What, sir?
He's completely off. He is not a part of the quorum. He's not here.
Okay, he's not here. He's just left the room. Please, if there's no further conversation on this, comments, call the roll.
Allen,
I'm sorry, I missed.
for
529.
529.
Excused himself. Mr. Williams has excused himself.
Allen, I.
Okay. Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, aye.
Garcia,
Yes.
Gripe,
Yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Tooby,
I.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard, Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Surges, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Pepe,
Tuppy, yes.
Young. No, he's not here either. Okay, passes.
Okay, very good.
He left his laptop. It's for sale.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams,
Here he comes.
welcome back. All right, may I have a motion? We're on jobs now. Motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24542. Thank you, Mr. Tarver. Second, please.
Lewis seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Juby, you pulled this?
I did. I want to preface with, I listened to all of the discussions happening in all of the committees, so it's not, I make these capriciously. I do not believe that King County should be publicly funding advertising for individual municipalities without being able to do it for all of them, which I don't think is the case, so I need to vote no on this.
Okay, all right. Is there any other discussion on this? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Gums?
Madam Chair, Gums here. I, as well, going through the process, have not supported this program. I believe if the municipalities and villages want these solar signs, that they should buy them themselves.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is, came through my committee. This is going to be an advantage to Kane County, not just the municipalities. As people either use the trails on their bikes or walking or on the fabulous facts, they will see all the attractions that we have in Kane County. And ultimately, if they use the businesses and the services in these towns, we will get revenue from that. And additionally, we are working with the towns so that they do a cost share in this also. So I think it's totally appropriate for the county to support this.
It is my understanding that this is being funded through the American Rescue Plan resources as well. Yes, okay, thank you. Yes, yes, ma'am.
This is just an anecdote. I went down to the auditorium to take a look at the sign to see how it worked. And there was a young man down there also looking at it, a civilian. And he said, I said, is this interesting to you? Would you pay any attention to this? And he says, yeah, I ride my bike all the time. And this is the kind of information that's really helpful. Just tossing it in.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments? Yes. Oh, we've got two. Right,
So,
yes,
so
sir.
if this money is not, this is ARPA money, if this money is not spent, it's lost. Is that correct?
Let's, Mr. Van Kerkhoff will come up.
We'd have to reallocate it.
Yeah,
though, I believe.
this is, was originally, these signs were part of the package for ARPA funding. The actual construction for the launch sites used up, exhausted the available ARPA funds. That's all set and obligated. So this is coming back, going back to Jobs Committee with the proposal of using our Economic Development Fund 400, which comes from our Grand Victoria Riverboat for economic development, as well as proposing the cost share with municipalities. And then in addition, we're applying for a second state grant for tourism attraction, which would be our second one for the Fabulous Fox Water Trail, which would also help pay for the signs.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So it's not coming from ARPA money, is that correct? Okay, very
That's
good.
correct.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Mr. Leonard?
Yes, I just want.
Mr. Leonard, closer to the microphone.
This money is coming from grants and it's not from ARPA. Is that correct?
No.
That's correct. It would be 50% from Economic Development Fund 400, which is from our own Grand Victoria Riverboat for economic development. And either 50% from the municipality or 25% from the municipality, 25% from the state grant if it's awarded to us. But we're applying for it. It's due on January 20th.
Fine. Thank you.
Okay, sure. And
Madam Chair?
yes, we've got one over here, Mr. Surges.
Go ahead, kind sir.
Yeah, please, Mr. Surges, please.
I so wanted to vote against this. And I thought these were cheesy. When I went downstairs, I was just not impressed with them. But then when I took a photo and I showed it to people up at the north end, like in downtown East Dundee on the trail, everybody was just like, oh my God, I love it. So I will be in support of this.
Very good.
I mean,
What can you do?
what can you do?
Did you guys, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair. Oh, and just to emphasize, I'm sorry,
It was a scientific poll. yes.
emphasize or reiterate that there are a number of villages that are interested in this. They are active participants in requesting this, as I understand it. I'm not on that committee, but
That's correct.
Carpentersville included up in my area. So I think the municipalities have spoken.
All right.
Genesis here, was it, did all municipalities get the opportunity who were on the bike trail or, you know, the Fabulous Fox River get the opportunity for this?
Yes, they did. We did an outreach back in May. We had a meeting that we hosted with the sign designer. That's where we got a whole bunch of ideas for locations, as well as the 6 who are very interested in having the signs, and they'll continue to have the opportunity once this if the contract is approved today.
Thank you.
One up north?
Okay, Ms. Garcia.
No, you don't get one in your.
This is Garcia. I'm assuming we did a report of how successful this has been before. Have we have those numbers, or are we just on assumptions on how it's going to work? Instead of people taking pictures or Mrs. Allen asking civilians, what do they think? Do we have any data?
Do you mean on the effectiveness of the signs for economic development?
Correct.
We don't. It's a fairly new sign product, being solar and standalone. So there's not a lot of these on trails elsewhere. So this would be something that we'd be able to, you know, collect some data on. But the reception from the municipalities and those who want to see economic activity in their area with the Fabulous Fox Water Trail have been very positive towards it.
This is a voluntary project for the municipalities. Yes. Mr. Gray.
Mark, just curious, let's say this thing takes off and I'm imagining an interstate with 3,000 signs on it. You know, who's going to regulate how many signs can go in a particular area so that we don't end up with sign after sign after sign after sign?
Sure. Well, so the proposed contract is only for up to 12 signs. In working with the municipalities, you know, we told them it's kind of on a first come, first served basis with like a location where it'd be at. So a couple communities did ask for more than one location, but they're in completely separate parks and even across the river from the other locations. So they won't be bundled up.
And
Who's the governing body, like us or the Forest Preserve Trail? I think that's what you were asking.
do we have a governing body for this, or it's up to the municipalities?
No, I do both.
Do you?
And we'll get back to you. Okay.
So the locations that have been proposed, because we'd be entering into a cooperative agreement with them to lease it and locate it at their location. They are locations that they are proposing and we are concurring with as a staff.
Okay, so it's mutual. It's mutual. And I appreciate what you're saying about the highways, but I think this is a little different sign. For those of you who have not seen the sign, regardless of how this vote comes out, it is downstairs. So go take a look at it. It's an interesting design. Yes, ma'am.
As you all know already, because I've said this in ARPA and in jobs, and I will say it now, as a hiker, a biker, and a kayaker, I'm voting against this because I don't want this kind of technology down by the river where I believe the natural areas should be preserved. I don't want to see signs and ads and stuff by the river. And Mark,
right?
Please forgive me. I called him and said I was sorry, but I'm still a no on this. I can't see putting advertising by,
It is by the river,
the
or by the
river.
bike trail.
Nobody will tell me,
And
even by the bike trail. When I'm biking, I want to see the forest, not signs.
Just clarification to what she said. Are there going to be advertisements from businesses on this? I did
No,
not think.
the sign as you see downstairs, it has the marketing logos for the Fabulous Fox Water Trail is our branding, promoting the trail is the purpose of the sign, so people are aware of it. And then the solar powered digital display will not have advertising on it. It will have weather, have information. The community that it's in may have like their webpage feed on events. So for St. Charles, their upcoming festivals event calendar could be on there. So it'd be community advertising, not advertising a business or sponsors or anything like that.
Okay, so there, yeah, there's.
That's advertising to me.
That-
That's still advertising to me.
All right, we've discussed this at
Many
length.
times.
Right now, we've discussed this at other committees. I think you've all had an opportunity to see the signs, to reflect on the signs. So I think we're ready to take the vote on this.
We have, yeah.
So would you please call the roll?
It's technology.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Oh.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, no.
Gripe,
Ripe, no.
Gums,
No.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
No.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Under, yes.
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgis,
Surges, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young. That passes.
Well done, very good. It is I say well done, very good. It is a company that was initiated at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It is a local company that is based in DuPage, 2 engineers.
Madam Chair,
So
can we move this along?
I am
We-
moving
We
this along.
passed it.
we passed,
think-
well done. Thank you,
Thank
sir. I think Mr. Caius is getting anxious at the end.
No, not at all.
24, motion is second to discuss and possibly pass 24-544.
Madam Chair, Surges?
Yes, Mr. Surges. Yeah, are you moving it?
I'm
Motion-
moving it, yes.
A second, please.
Juby seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Juby.
So we need that.
Mr.
we just-
Iqbal. Holden.
Chair, this resolution needs a lot of work and Mr. Surges has said you want to pull it back into the committee. I agree with him.
Is that you'd like? to pull
Correct. We
this
just like to
straight-
move it back to committee. We're not quite ready for prime.
We need to vote on that?
I'll second to
Yes.
move it back to
Never mind.
committee.
Okay, so there is a motion to pull this back to committee with no further discussion. Let's take the roll.
Sorry, that wasn't the motion. The motion was to
You need-
talk about it. If we have to make a motion to send it back.
I'm so sorry. Is the motion, do you have to motion to send back?
Motion.
Then I would amend my motion to send this back to committee and not to move this for passage.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Who was the original? We had,
He was.
he was, and who seconded originally? Yes, okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Jibby. Very good. Okay, so there is a motion to move this back to public service for further discussion. Clerk, call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman, Doherty,
Doherty, aye.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, aye.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Under, yes.
Lena,
Molina, yes. And to clarify, this is going back to Legal Affairs and Claims Committee.
Yes, Celeste,
legal
yeah, we
affairs,
said
legal
the wrong
affairs.
committee, but
Public
legal
service.
Legal
affairs.
affairs,
correct.
okay.
Affairs, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, hang on, let me get my notes. Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez. Mr.
Sanchez, yes.
Thank you. Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgis,
Surges, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Passes. No.
Thanks, Myrna.
All right, okay.
The consent, yeah.
That is the end of that agenda. Bills have been paid. We are now going into executive session. Is that still needed? Yes, all right.
Madam Chair Gums,
Yes, Ms. Gums.
I'd like to make a motion to move into executive session for pending litigation.
I have a second.
Second, Linda.
Okay, second.
Could I request a 5-minute break?
Let's take a vote. Let's take the vote.
Vote and
first to
then,
go
okay,
into
thank you.
executive Session.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman, Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Bright,
Right, yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Caius, Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Yes.
Pepe,
Pepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, that passes.
All right, I was suggested by Mr. Roth that we have a 5-minute personal break. Let's reconvene here I'll give it to 2 o'clock.
Hey, everybody online, please accept your invite. A reminder to those in the room, you must also accept your invite before we can be successfully in closed session. Please accept those invites.
Yeah, Greg, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, still here. I think I'm here for the rest of the
Yeah,
day.
this is for the people
Yeah.
who are on Zoom.
Yeah, Greg.
This is executive session, so.
Yeah. And
Is they have a lot of stuff to say, apparently.
I don't know if Mo is doing it, but there are other people here who are monitoring it on their.
We changed
well, so they have
our
to
little
accept the
get
invite
together
also.
Thursday.
Oh, it screws up the system.
Everybody else make it?
I have 3 individuals that are in the room and
Right.
also joined digitally that have
And
not
next
accepted
something's
their
out, there's
invites.
Like 3 of them you guys need to follow up on. One is Allied Winding for you. One,
Yeah, where are you?
all right, well, just update it so that and you can put down when you have,
Very much. I'm gonna
when
try.
you want to,
They're-
have a reminder. So that it doesn't look like it's something that we're not following up
The
on.
background.
Always, yeah.
So very close.
And if Aaron
I have 2 people that are currently in the room that still have not accepted their invites into the closed sessions.
Yeah.
And we'll take that up now.
Mr. Roth and Mr. Williams, you're on blast. Please accept your invites. Is there anybody online that is currently hearing my voice that feels they should be included in the closed session?
Claire,
This is Cheryl Strathman. I've just,
Ms. Strathman, would you say that one more time? Did you
yes,
want to
I've
be
just,
assigned to it?
I've moved from my phone to my iPad.
No, it's not. It can't be for.
There's a lot of background noise. Say it one more time.
I have just,
14
I've
millimeter
ended
shafts.
my phone call and I'm now
What are you
on my
talking about? The
iPad on the
coupling for
Zoom.
the Stober.
Okay, I will send you an invite as well.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that feels they should be included?
Then you have to change it all around anyway.
All these for years.
Not a KS, it's a KL. It's a KL2. Or 3. Do I got it wrong?
Like a 16 mm or a three, or it goes like a 3/8, maybe 3/4.
All right.
Okay.
We've had some long ones. This is one of them.
I mean, when I started 4 years ago.
We didn't.
Like 2 hours.
If you didn't leave trash on the floor, I got blocked.
We have people. for that. Yeah, right. Too soon, too soon. Too soon.
You gonna start making jokes about 9/11 now?
The shuttle.
All right, you are in open session.
Thank you.
But I gotta pee again.
We are back in open session. We are continuing on with item number, a Scrivener's error for everybody to be aware of. On page 6, number 10 is actually number 11, going down to the last item, which is adjournment, which is number 15. And we have to do roll. So clerk, call the roll for me.
Ellen, are you present?
Ellen, are you present?
Ellen is.
Are you present?
You're here. Say yes.
If you guys would have. Say present.
Bates.
Here.
Berman. Doherty.
Doherty, aye. Doherty, I'm here.
Okay. Garcia.
Here.
Ripe.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Iqbal. Juby. Juby here. Caius.
Is present.
Leonard.
Leonard here.
Lewis.
Here.
Linder.
Linder here.
Barely.
Molina.
Molina present.
Right. Penesis.
Pettis is here.
Roth.
Roth is here.
Sanchez.
Sanchez present.
Strathman.
Strathman present.
Okay.
Carver's here.
Be here.
And Williams.
Williams here.
Young.
Here.
Present. Gotcha.
We're on
Thank
this
you.
one, right?
Welcome. All righty. May I have a motion and a second to discuss, possibly pass item number 24-3206?
Caius move.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Caius second.
No, 10A is 11A, remember? Because
We moved the
we're going to
Vote on the settlement of those cases, did we?
I mean, waiting for further information.
Got it.
Mr. Surges.
Okay.
Alan seconds.
Okay, thank you. So, hold on, thank you. Is everybody clear of where we are on the agenda? Yes, okay.
Well, I am, but you're.
10A is not needed. The first 10A is not needed.
Okay, 10A is not, okay, very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm still going to, because of the Scrivener's error, we're going to continue on with that being number 11, so it doesn't offer any additional confusion. Yes, Mr. Surges.
So, Madam Chair, if we are under discussion on zoning petitions
Do we?
for 11A,
Who did the motion in a second?
Caius motioned it. I second it.
Okay, thank
Or
you very
vice
much.
versa.
I'll defer to
Okay.
the senior state.
Whatever, let's go forward. Okay, very good.
this, several months ago, I brought in front of this board a request to not accept and move forward a solar farm up at the north end on Huntley Road. And this is another solar farm that's coming out in the Gilbert's Hampshire area that is at the corner of Big Timber and Route 72 on a commercial corner. And I am asking for consideration of the board to once again not move forward with this. And I'm going to state my reasons and ask for your consideration on this. But I'd also like to include, and Michelle, I'm going to catch you off guard here, but I would like to include some information that Ms. Gums and I have had regarding what we consider to be possibly unintended consequences and overreach by the state in regard to these solar farms. And at the request of several local area mayors and communities, Michelle's body has put together a group that is willing to take this to Springfield and say, we're so close, we just need to tweak it because I think we're doing some things that you didn't mean to do. It was meant to protect people from getting stalled out in committee. It wasn't meant to create a situation by which we couldn't deny that situation. And Michelle, am I even remotely close on that?
You're close.
Okay. So while we're waiting for that, I would hate to pass something that's being requested for 30 years worth of special use while this is in the ether in the background. And I'm going to ask this board based and for the new board members, this particular series of legislation comes with a listing of, go ahead, rules that say you can only object to this if it fits one of these rules. I am suggesting that item C, number 3, is one of those rules that prohibits the growth of an area and the natural progression. For the past 20 years, the communities in that area have played really well together, whether that be Huntley, Hampshire, Gilbert's, Pingree. The reason this is so sensitive is that, and you've heard me say this before, I'm sorry to reiterate this, Pingree Grove was a cornfield 10 years ago. It was nothing. And just a few years back, we redistrict the entire area because of the population explosion that occurred. That population, and we're talking 15 to 18,000 people just in Pingree Grove alone. That's not Hampshire, that's not Gilbert's. Right now, this solar farm is being requested within a mile of all of that, and it's on the largest commercial corner that we still have access to. So, guys, not objecting if this is in a cornfield, but it's close to transmission lines and stuff like that. What I'm suggesting is it's on a commercial corner where we have boundary agreements in place, facility planning areas extension, comprehensive plans, just as we as a county board have put together our 2030, 2050 plans, economic development plans, intergovernmental cooperative agreements. There's no polite way to say that the petitioner is going to come forward, and John might even suggest that unless there is imminent activity, meaning there's a developer sitting right in the corner who's ready to move on this, then we shouldn't be considering it. And the last one I brought forward to this board, that developer sat right in this room and came forward to us and said, hey, listen, we are going to, and I believe that Mr. Skillman's Carpentersville, Mayor Skillman's Carpentersville has annexed that land and it's moving forward. We are not in that imminent position right now, but I believe we are just a few short years away. And when I say a few short years, if I went to my Google Maps and I pinned downtown Gilbert's at the train tracks to this subdivision, it's 1.4, 1.6 miles. If I go to the homes that are built and kind of peg from there over, it's less than 2 miles. It is imminent at the rate that they're building that this is going to be in play. And those 18,000 people that have purchased their homes there were expecting amenities. Now, what is that amenity? I don't know. I'm going to assume it'll be a strip mall. What will be in it? A gallon of milk, maybe a dry cleaner, maybe an insurance office, maybe. But it will be a strip mall of some sort to service those residents that have moved there. And what the petitioner is simply asking, well, we'd like to put a solar farm there. The problem is it's for 30 years. And to lock that corner for 30 years, I'm suggesting to this board, that's inappropriate. It's just not the best and brightest use for that land. It's not what these communities who have collectively sent this board, the planning, the zoning board of appeals, Mark Van Kerkhoff, and this came in front of committee at executive, and we tried to move it back to committee, and our own attorney said, listen, we can't stall this off. That's part of the legislation. That's great. I am asking boldly that we say we are not interested in this because of LaSalle Factor C, because of the fact that this is on a commercial corner, and because of all the planning that we've put into it. And that has nothing to say that this isn't the greatest solar developer in the world. That has nothing to say that the farms that are next to it aren't, they won't be harmed by this. I am suggesting that the community in general will be set back in innumerable amount of time waiting for this to transition out on people that have purchased, your neighbors and constituents that have purchased it with an expectation of what was going to be built there, and having the solar field on the commercial corner is inappropriate. And
Thank you. I just would like to share with you, I do not believe that any of the proponents for this, are they online? Or have they left?
There's one
He's
individual
here.
here. yes.
So proponent, okay, very good. And your name, sir? Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McNeil.
Madam Chair, if I may, just continue just for one split second, is that there is a slight difference in this farm, which I believe is here nor there. But in all of the other developments that have come forward to us, this has been a situation where the farm is being leased to the solar company for a period of time, and the farmer really benefits from that. And in all honesty, Mr. Kios has pointed out that we as a board benefit from that because the taxes revenues that we get from a solar farm are actually better than from a farm field. And yay, that works. In this particular case, the petitioner is going to tell you that they are purchasing the land from the farmer. And that's to me, that's a material difference. I don't know that it affects how I would vote on this, but I do want to acknowledge that to my brethren here and my colleagues that this one's just a little bit different than the others.
30 years is different.
Oh,
30 years is a long time. So
okay, so, all right, so we've got, are any of the opponents here? We have a proponent. Are any of the opponents here? Are you speaking on their
the
behalf?
other mayors were here this morning and left about 11:30, but they were all sitting right in that back row along with their constituents, along with the Mayor's Association, along with everybody else that was willing to speak. They were here. They have sent that information to the board. I believe they had presentations that they were going to say, you know, this was the farm field plan, and then here's our overlay, and then this is the growth, and now this is what we're foreseeing. But folks, we're at like 2:30. They left.
They left.
So,
They
I
left.
mean,
Chair.
As
Williams.
they should. Okay, hold on. I've got Mr. Berman has his hand up first and then Mr. Williams. Yes, Mr. Berman.
I think it's a great plea, but I think that, well, how about the owner of the property?
I think that it's been suggested to me that if one of those municipalities were to reach out to the owner of the property and say, we'll buy it from you rather than a solar field, the farmer might be just as interested in selling to whoever is going to offer him the most, not necessarily what the use is. But Dale, and I did bring that to the municipalities who said, that's not really our role.
Oh, it is.
And I said, I get it, but I'm telling you, if you don't want it, until the legislation is adjusted, that might be what you need to do. But I brought that to them within the past 2 weeks, not 2 months ago, not 6 months ago.
That is not part of the LaSalle factors. Mr. Williams.
Madam Chair Williams here. I just simply bring up that before the meeting started, I was handed a sheet of paper which indicated that there were 6 individuals that had signed up to present to us today. Mr. McNeil, I believe, has identified himself. I don't know if he wishes to speak. I don't know if the other individuals involved with the project or their legal counsel wish to speak, but I think we need to give Mr. McNeil an opportunity to present to this body before we have a substantive debate on the merits of the petition.
So, thank you. I believe it is appropriate for each one of the opponents and the proponents to each be given 15 minutes for discussion. Is that accurate?
It's either 15 or 20, but yeah.
Yeah, all right. So let Mr. McNeil come up now. He is a representative of the Big Timber Solar Farm. Welcome.
Thank you. We started this process, I would say early or midsummer. And roughly around the middle of August, we sent notice of what we were trying to do to the various communities and the fire district, the drainage district. And essentially, aside from the fire district, heard nothing back. We've done follow-up in the intermediate time, and the only response we got was the day of the zoning board of appeals, identifying that the resolutions had been submitted. I understand what the argument is about the economic development aspect of it, but I also have to point out that again, municipalities have different opinions on what their obligations are. but they do have a right to purchase land in advance for development. Many cities do. It's less frequent in smaller villages, I grant you that. But the landowner in this case was approached by our company. We made a fair offer. It is under contract pending approval of this petition. And we have tried everything we can to put together a site plan that meets every criteria that the county has and every criteria that the state of Illinois has. And as a petitioner, that is, you would think that would be all that we could do. But we have, as I mentioned, tried to work with the various villages and jurisdictions. Just today, one of the reasons some of the opponents may have left is that we arranged to have a meeting with them to discuss what we could do to make the site a little more friendly, a little more of a better neighbor. But the solar farm would still be the primary use on the land. As it is, the property is definitely outside the village limits of any village. And we do meet the requirements, as I stated, of Kane County. The lot has been vacant and used as agriculture crops for years, no doubt about it. And yes, if the landowner wanted to create a bidding war, he might get a better price from a village. I don't know. But the fact is that the contract is on the table right now. We have a compliant site plan. And everything that we can do, we have done to meet the requirements. Renewable energy in whatever form is a valued piece of any economic development plan, whether it's at the county, city, village, whatever. And I think as Kane County grows, as I've been listening to the Metra presentation today about the population growth and projected growth, and in particular, the northwest corner of the county where we are located, having a reliable source of renewable energy is going to be an important element of any success you have in economic growth. And we think we offer the best partnership to bring that about. That's basically all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. And we'll bring you up if we have any additional questions.
Question.
For the gentleman? All right, yes, please.
I read this for a long time, but I can't figure out how many acres it is.
Roughly about 47, I think.
May I follow up? Is there any plan that would allow for a strip mall in front of the solar panels?
No. The size of the solar farm is calculated to precisely match the expected output of 5 megawatt AC. And the number of panels is calculated at that because of that. There is some minor adjustments that could be made, but nothing that would allow a strip mall on that site.
No. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so our next steps, we have not been able to hear from the opponents because of the timeliness of our discussion. How do you want to proceed? Do we need to have them, each one takes one vote just to review based on LaSalle factors? Is that correct?
For the question. So looking at the ZBA, they voted it, my understanding is 6-1 in favor. The there was an objection in C. While 6 believed it met the standard, 1 did not. Findings of fact said no testimony provided other than the concern of Gilbert's for future development. This is a removable site if and when needed. Based on Gilbert's testimony, this site may affect future planning of normal and ordinary development. Because of that language, if you believe that's the case, then you do not need to outline that reasoning. If you are not, however, going to use any of the findings of fact and you're going to go against the ZBA, then you need to make some basis under the LaSalle factors Blair, do you have those? In fact, if you go to page 617, 615, that'll do it. So A, B, C, D, F, you need to be basing all of it off of that. You don't have to say which one, you just need to provide your factual basis. And the reason for that is both sides have due process rights here, so they have a right to at least understand why or what the basis for it is. So if you believe they meet all the standards, and again, it's a balancing test. So if you believe one is not met and it overwhelms the others, you can still vote against it. But if you believe one of them does and it overwhelms the others, then you can vote for it. So just understand what we're voting on here, okay? Any specific questions on this?
Is everybody clear on how, for our new board members, how you're going to be taking this vote?
Sure.
No. How about,
I'll say it very succinctly, which is if you're going to adopt the ZBA and you're in agreement with the ZBA, then just vote yes. If you disagree with the ZBA, which means you're voting no, then you need to provide your basis for that. If you're adopting some of the language, specifically C, because that seems to be the language, that seems to be at least one proponent or one concern that's been brought up in the discussion, then you can either state that specifically or you don't have to bring it up. But if you're going to go off script essentially, and you have your own beliefs of how this plays, and it's not related to the ZBA findings, so remember, they're the findings of fact, you can also do it, but you need to provide those facts then, is what I'm saying. Okay.
But could you possibly give us an example of how we might say that?
Let's just take,
Like, I am not in favor of this because.
or let's just take, let's give one of each, so that way we're fair.
No.
I am not in favor of this because I don't believe it would fit within the ordinary course of development. Or you could say, I am in favor of this because I do believe it would be in the ordinary course of development.
Say anything for yes.
I'm sorry?
You don't have to say anything for yes, right?
yes.
You don't have to say anything for yes because you, or you can say, I'm adopting the findings of the ZBA. The reason for this is if there's ever a lawsuit, there needs to be clarity on the basis to show that you followed your own ordinances and you did not deviate.
On this, and previous reference we've had on other votes, is that they would reference the LaSalle factor, whether it be A, B, C, D, et cetera.
Yeah, and the problem with that is you're not actually giving any factual findings. So just be mindful that this needs to be based on the facts as you've seen them and provided to you in their petition.
Okay.
As well as the objectors providing you information.
Yes, Mr. Panesis.
Yeah, can you repeat the person who voted on the ZBA board against this, their reasoning, and was it because of the LaSalle fact?
And could you get closer to your microphone, please? Just pull it closer to you.
6-7.
So Blair, could you go to 617 for me? 617, just 2 down, please. Top of the page is fine.
Yeah.
They all said yes. In one of the factor, 1%.
So if you look, so this is something we created to kind of make sure that they provided you a factual basis of what they're seeing and why they decided what they wanted. But remember, it's only a recommendation to you. So if you look, 6 believe it met the standard of normal and ordinary development, and 1 did not. I believe, based on my best guess off of what it looks like is writing, and you can each decide for yourself, but the top is probably your 6 that believed it did meet, and the bottom is the basis of the person that objected. So you can see where one says it has no problem with Gilbert's, and then the other one says, well, based on Gilbert's testimony, it may affect. So there you're provided both factual basis that you can rely on if you wanted to do that. But if there's no factual basis under the ZBAs, then you need to come up with your own, is my point.
Okay, all right.
So question,
Yes,
if
Mr.
we
Craig.
vote no, we have to delineate what our reason is, which is how.
It would be my recommendation. You don't have to, but it would be my recommendation because it helps if there's ever a lawsuit down the road.
Okay.
It helps kind of delineate what we're actually debating and arguing over.
Okay.
All right, everybody clear?
No.
Okay, are we ready?
No, Ms. Juby.
Oh, Ms. Juby. Yes.
I just wondered when our opportunity to defend our vote, so to speak, because this is an unusual instance where it's a split decision. And so I want to be able to go on record as saying that I agree with the individual from the zoning board who said it did not meet standards based on Gilbert's testimony, a way the site may affect future planning of normal and orderly development. So I think that falls under LaSalle factor C. So I'll be voting no, citing that and siding with the one person on the ZBA who disagreed with his peers.
All right, very good.
Did they?
Yeah, and you can certainly say that when you take your vote, ma'am, because each one of us will be, each one of you will be stating the reason why specifically. Mr.
Madam
Berman,
Chair, did it say in there? I haven't seen it. Why it didn't meet the plans for the future? What made this solar thing not fit in the future? As an,
I think if Mr. Sturgis spoke about that, do you want to just
Well, no.
abbreviate what you have said, sir?
The two mayors that I met with, and their community development directors and their administrators all said this doesn't meet because that's not what we ever planned for that corner. That's going to be a development corner. This is our economic development corridor. There's only so many corners that we have available, and all of the surrounding residential products around that have been built on that concept. And now we're pulling the rug out from under their feet.
Okay, all right. Okay, that answers it succinctly. Thank you.
well, I don't think it's a good argument. But that's all right.
All right, well, that's to your vote, sir. All right, are we ready to take the vote? Let's go.
Yes.
Ellen,
Alan, no, and I'm relying on C.
so factor C. Okay. Bates,
Present,
sorry,
present,
right. Berman,
Herman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, no.
Why?
C based on C based on the, I agree with the no vote on the ZBA.
Garcia,
Garcia, no. This site may affect future planning or normal and ordinary development.
Ripe,
Gripe, no, that the establishment of special use will impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding property.
Gums,
Gums is a no for C.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Based on a resolution passed by the city of Gilbert's on the 15th day of October, I believe this falls under C. It will impede natural development, and I vote no.
okay. Caius,
Caius, yes. And I think 1.5 miles from here would, or over a mile would put you on the other side of St. Charles. So I'm questioning if they want to annex it, go ahead and do it. That's what they did in
Aurora,
Carpentersville.
and Aurora. It's forced
Yeah.
annexation.
Yeah.
all right.
Leonard, no.
Dictate.
Would say it's item C, it will impede economic development.
Microphone.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, no. When I opened the packet and saw where this was on the map, I didn't have to read anything, and I knew that it was in the way of economic development. So C, but it was obvious.
okay. Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no. C.
Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez,
Seems to be gone.
you gone. Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
I'm sorry. Yes,
I'm sorry, Strathman, yes.
thank you. Surgis,
Sturgis, no, item C.
Tarver,
Tarver, no, because of C.
Tepe,
Tepe, no, because of LaSalle factor number C.
Williams,
Williams, no, because of LaSalle factors B and C. I think this is a prime commercial area, and with the establishment of a solar field, it will be injurious to adjacent property owners who seek to develop their property for commercial uses. And reason C, because I believe the surrounding communities have planned for the development of that property in a manner not consistent with the proposed use.
And Mr. Young?
Young, no. C.
May I change my vote?
Yes. Sure, I mean,
I'll go yes.
yes. All right, well, if that fails, it looks like.
Okay, the motion fails.
Yep.
Again, Mr. McNeil, thank you so much for staying with us all this time. Well, well respected.
I will stay.
Sue.
It's the nature, it's in my nature. I can't vote no.
All right. We have other items to deal with, going on number 12 now.
24, 5, 5, 6.
Give me just a minute. I need.
They want to develop it, buy it.
All righty.
I was the owner, that's what I'd say.
So the next item for discussion is, oh, I'm sorry. Item for discussion is item number 24-556. May I have a motion and a second?
Juby moves.
Thank you both.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think I need to abstain from this since I'm on the board of Marie Wilkinson Food Pantry. Do I need to go hide in the closet?
Hughes?
I should.
Light off, close the door, we'll let you know.
Miss Bates, just go out into here and then you will not be a part of the quorum or anything like that.
Two members are leaving.
Oh, Lewis also, okay. The deed goes in front.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion, please. Why was this pulled off consent?
Was pulled off consent so that they could abstain from the vote.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All righty. All right, with no further discussion on this, clerk call the roll.
Helen?
Helen, I.
Berman?
Yeah.
Doherty?
Oh, yes.
Garcia?
Garcia, yes.
Yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal?
Oh, yes.
Juby?
Juby, aye.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Lena?
Molina, yes.
Genesis?
Genesis, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Mr. Sanchez, are you there?
Yes, I'm back. I'm sorry. Sanchez, yes.
Okay. Strathman?
Strathman, yes.
Surges?
I would like some food access initiatives here, so yes.
Tarver?
Say yes.
I second that.
Levy?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
And Young?
Okay,
Passes.
passes. All right, what do we invite the ladies back? Mr. Leonard, could you go get the two one?
Unlock.
Back on the wall.
Yes, thank, throw something.
Back.
On the fail.
Oh, then you come back.
All right. May I please have a motion while everybody is being seated to move forward discussion and possibly passing item number 24-555.
Gripe, so moved.
Or just seconds.
Thank you. Any discussion on this?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, yes.
Did we not have any qualified female pilots that could be on this?
I would defer
All
that
men?
to Mr. Van Kerkhoff.
These two are reappointments and two are the applicants that we had. We had one other applicant who is not a resident of Kane County. So these were the qualified applicants that we have for the board.
So we don't seek out women? Okay, never mind.
Can certainly reach out next time we do these appointments to make sure that we have
Yeah,
asked for
I will
representation.
note that with the two reappointments and the two new appointments, there's a fifth seat open. So, yes.
Okay, all women pilots who live in Kane County are asked to apply.
Note they don't need to be pilots to
Oh,
serve on the
okay,
board.
just interested people who are interested in.
Correct.
I'm sure Mr. Roth could possibly come up with a few names for
There's
consideration.
actually a organization in Kane County, DePage. It's actually the whole Midwest, Women of Aviation.
Okay, very good.
And
Well,
I could probably get their contact.
Yeah.
You should make a connection
That'll,
with them.
that'll be your first.
I met him
job
about 10
as-
years ago working with the museum.
Thank you, sir. That'll be your first job as vice chair. Oh,
Promise.
maybe. Yes,
Volunteer.
that is your first one. All right, may I please, so
Roll call we
vote.
need.
We need to take the vote.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Right, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Well, yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver's a yes.
Tepe,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, very good. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 243289?
Tarver moves.
Thank you, Mr. Tarver. Second, please.
Gripe, second.
Thank you, Mr. Gripe. Discussion. This is for the Kane County Emergency Telephone System Board appointments. No further discussion. Clerk, call the roll.
Okay, Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Right, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes. Sorry.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Passes.
Very good. Item number 243290 was entered inadvertently. Mr. Groven, who you have met, term does not expire until 2027. So that was a Scribner's error.
Reprieve.
Yeah, so we don't have to take a vote on that one.
It's three.
And the next item is 243293.
Surges moves.
Thank
Council
you, Mr.
second.
Surges.
Second, Linder.
Second, any discussion on these members? Okay, we're hearing none. Clerk, call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Right, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Aye.
Kenyon, I'm sorry, Caius,
Yes. I knew the answer.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Genesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis,
Surges, yes, and it's wonderful to see Mr. Froz's name.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
And Mr. Buss as well.
Yeah, yes.
All right, now we are back to the item that we first entered into discussing. It is late. I think there are people hungry. We're willing to stay for as long as you want. But I would like to put a recommendation out for all of you for your consideration for continuation of this discussion until December 16th.
No.
I would make a motion to accept that. I have to leave at 3 o'clock. I have an appointment.
Madam Chair,
It's truly up to you.
I think that we have to adjourn the meeting to the 16th, not the specific
adjourn it.
matter, right?
No, same meeting.
No, you cannot adjourn this meeting. Otherwise,
Or reset, I'm sorry, continue. the meeting.
yeah, you need to continue to, and I can get the language if you give me 5 minutes, if that's what you ultimately want to do.
Yeah.
I can get you the exact language. So that way we're not making any hiccups here because obviously it runs a risk of being a problem down the road. So if that's what you ultimately want to do, if you want to set this off to another date, then let me get the language because all you're doing is you're continuing the actual meeting until that date.
Yep.
Can't we call the question?
I do have a question, Mr. Berman.
Didn't pass.
Would we be able to, so for those of us that have a committee meeting tomorrow morning, let's
You'll be
say,
able to, you will continue to meet as
With-
planned.
which group of folks?
The old one.
The old one.
Okay.
We call
This, we had, I will use this example that was given to us when we met with the executive committee before this meeting to set this agenda. The individuals who were not yet seated on the board for the committees were certainly allowed to attend and welcome to attend, but they could not take the vote. But all other members of the existing
Thank you.
committee who pre-existing are coming.
For Human Services tomorrow, anybody that is suggested on this list, please feel free to come.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, please, please,
For all the assignments. But this is pure discussion at this point because we have not yet voted to whether or not we're considering to convene continuation. Yes, Mr. Berman.
Can we not call a question or vote on the motion or vote on the?
You can't. Oh, absolutely.
I call for the
Absolutely.
question.
There is a motion.
So there is a motion to move this, and we need a second. If there is a motion, then we need a second to take the vote now.
I'll second it.
Mr. I see Mr. Tepe
Point of information, vote on what?
Committee assignments.
on the committee assignments.
The main motion
The main motion.
as amended, where Berman is the chair and Deppie is the vice chair.
Okay.
Finance.
Is that at the will of everybody? It's been motion and second. All right, let's do
But
it.
you
You'll need a will.
Yes. Oh,
discussion.
take a vote on the motion to call and it is a roll call vote.
Yes.
Motion to call the question.
A motion to call the question. Thank you, sir.
The
Thank
one
you.
that's there with just the
Oh,
change.
when
to
you
Berman
question it's called.
chair.
Clear?
We're voting on the motion, right?
Call the question. that you
Motion to
asked.
call the question.
Your motion is currently being voted on.
All right, we have a
You wanna
motion to
withdraw it?
call,
Maybe you
to
want
call the
withdraw
question.
for Doing it?
Let's
Call the
call,
question, you vote on the
Madam
motion.
Chair,
You
Mr.
have to vote
Berman.
on that
hold
part.
on. Ladies, gentlemen, please, I don't want people over talking because we have one voice at a time. I'm hearing three different voices going out at the same time. Mr. Berman, please, respectfully, I'm saying this very respectfully. Please, Mr. Berman, you would like to call the question on the motion revised, the amended motion,
Yes,
which was passed.
that was what I would like to do.
Okay. All right, and that would include revised suggestion that was passed, correct?
Well,
Yes.
This is just to call the question.
Just to call the question, to take the vote.
And it's required, what percentage is required?
Half.
Just
Majority.
passes, just
Majority.
the majority pass.
To call the question, majority.
Correction, 3/4.
Correction, 2/3.
Third.
Thank
All
you,
right.
guys. That's correct.
Okay, let's get this as a 2/3.
On my vote.
2/3.
Already?
Hold on until we know what we're doing.
There's 2/3 of mine.
Cut me some slack, will you? It's here. I know it's right here.
I don't,
How many? Ms. Juby, give me a minute, please. Let's
Here's
get
Rob.
this question one at a time.
I don't,
Right, so why are we debating?
To call the question possible.
I'm sorry.
Is if this is super majority, then it's 2/3.
Yes.
Even though we postponed it to later on, 2/3.
2/3.
Go Doherty.
We just
No
can't. vote.
debate. Has a second, no debate, and it requires 2/3 majority.
Okay.
Mr.
Six,
Caius is correct.
okay, very good.
Point of clarification, please. So we are actually voting on the ability to call the question, depending on if that's a thumbs up or a thumb down, then we will go ahead and vote on the committee assignment? Or are we voting
Yes.
on the committee assignment wrapped up? And I want to make sure it's
Your,
what
your,
we're voting on is correct.
your first one is correct. Your
So we are
first,
voting on the ability to make the vote for the committee assignment. So it will be a 2-vote process.
Yes.
That's correct.
Thanks.
That's correct.
Fails.
Okay. Okay, everybody fine? You understand what you're doing?
Yes.
All right. Clerk, call the roll.
All right. Clarification, Berman called motion to call the question. Who seconded?
I'll
Pepe did?
second it.
Okay, I just,
Pepe.
okay. This is 2/3 and by my calculation, we'll need 15. Ellen,
Ellen, no.
Bates,
It's yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, no.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Ripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Penesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgis,
Surges, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tempe, yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Yes.
Looks like it passes.
2/3.
I think that way over.
All right. So now the motion is allowed to be passed through again. So we need to have another motion since we did.
No, we
There's-
have,
No discussion. so
Now
you
you
must
call the
vote.
question.
Now you call. Now you vote.
Vote on the motion.
We vote on the motion.
Wait, let her read the question though. I
Hold
don't.
on a second. Let's get, he's back in the
get the
room.
right.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Question.
Question, it's a straight up or down? It's a straight up or down.
Question.
What is the question?
Question is as amended. So the original Mavis and Caius's second as amended, which includes the finance chair being Berman and the vice chair being Tepe. That is the question being called. It's a straight up or down vote. No further discussion. You're calling it now.
Okay, we ready?
Question.
No,
No
there's
questions?
questions on this. There's no questions on the
This is it.
No, there's no,
calling the question.
there's no question on this anymore. There's no questions. Go
There's
vote.
discussion.
No, there is no.
All right, gentlemen, are we ready? Let's call the vote.
No
please.
further discussion. Call the question.
Call the question. The,
Well,
it is-
there's
I
no
have a point of
discussion
order.
on calling
hold
the
on,
question.
we have a point of order.
Point of order is we're voting on the original motion that's amended. That includes discussion.
No,
No.
Voted
Directly
to
to
call
the
the
question.
question.
you just voted to call the question.
I apologize. I'm tired.
No problem.
I'm cranky.
All right. No comments, please. All right, call the question,
Oh.
please.
Alan, no.
Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, no.
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Gripe, no.
Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal, no.
Juby,
Juby, no.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Penesis,
Genesis, yes.
Roth,
No.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgis,
Or just no.
Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe,
Tempe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
No.
Right,
where's back to six? Yeah, it still failed.
11, 12.
Failed. Well, congratulations. 13 nays.
The prevailing side needs to
You vote
do
no?
a motion to reconsider.
It'd still be 10.
Okay, the motion fails.
That was how it failed in the first place. So it failed.
All right, so,
Need to do that.
all right, Mr. Frank, we're in murky waters right now. So where do we go?
I have a quick.
So here's how this works now. Everybody's current assignments stay in place. Madam Chair will start appointing vacancies. You have all of about 3 minutes, I would guess, for a majority member to change their mind for a motion to reconsider. Once this meeting adjourns, motion to reconsider is no longer allowed. At which point you will be on, the only other option you would have would be to change the actual county code to allow for this type of vote to happen more than just in December of this cycle. That can be done down the road. But those are your options before you right now.
Point of
no.
information.
Point of information, if I may, Ms. Gums's hand was up first.
Thank you very much. For our civil division, if there is a motion to reconsider, is that debatable?
Is that what?
No vote.
No vote.
Right. If there's a prevailing voter that makes a motion to reconsider, will there be debate?
Should be, yeah.
I make a motion to reconsider.
I second the reconsider.
Well, Madam Chair. Question.
Yes, a question. Okay, so they're reconsidering their vote, is that correct? Their individual vote, or is it reconsidering? I'm, unless, are we?
Point of information, Sanchez.
We have much point of information. A lot of people would like. So what does that mean to reconsider? Is that to reconsider their personal vote or to reconsider the entire vote of the board?
The entire vote is undermined. Now you're back into discussion.
Thank you very much. Okay, yes, Mr.
So my question is procedurally,
well,
not recess the meeting till the 16th.
Yes.
Now, I think that, understanding how the vote came out, because otherwise, I mean, if we have to amend the county code, that's going to be
so
problematic.
your point is well taken. Just because a motion to reconsider has been made, now you take a vote on whether it'll be reconsidered. So my understanding is that Ms. Gums is making the motion, and I'm guessing you're going to second it.
Second.
Okay, so now you're up for debate over whether to reconsider it.
Okay. very
Majority
good.
rule.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. All right, thank you for that clarification. We've got hands up. Miss Chuby, your hand was up first and then Ms. Garcia.
I had my hand up before because what I'm having to say now isn't relevant to what we're voting on. I just want people to understand on Monday, December 16th, when we're talking about doing this, we start our day at 9 o'clock in the morning and we follow it with meetings all day long. So if you're thinking that this is going to make us more productive, you have to understand that it's another full day of meetings on Monday. So I don't understand what difference it would be
Ms.
from
Chuby,
today.
thank you for that, but let's take the vote on the matter at hand and we can talk about that point after this vote is taken. Ms.
I'm
Garcia.
sorry, what are we reconsidering?
What the question
Clarification.
before the board now is whether to reconsider and take up the vote again or go back into discussion.
We
There's been a-
voted no to it, voted it down. We're now saying, think about that. You want to redo Mulligan? No. Whatever.
That's a very good way to put it. Mr. Berman.
Well, rather than voting on that, I think we really want to do is move this meeting till the 16th.
That's not for right now.
That
The-
is
the
not.
motion
that's
on the
motion.
floor.
Well, if we can withdraw that motion, can we not?
For
She could withdraw it, yes.
We can withdraw that motion. And then the next motion be that we move our meeting to the 16th. And then we can cover it at the 16th. We can go back and vote again if we want.
What you're saying is technically allowed and you could then reconsider it at a later date.
On the
Yes, that's
16th.
correct.
Rather than today.
It is that is a path forward.
Ms. Gums, would you
The-
like to
yeah,
reconsider?
The only
That's
reason
been
I
requested.
asked to reconsider the vote is so we could have discussion, because I will reiterate that I would like the chair to reconsider her position. And
I appreciate that. And
Right.
thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a motion to adjourn.
Oh, no, we can't do that because we already have a motion on the table. Okay, so right now we have a motion on the table to reconsider. I've not heard anybody suggest that we would like to adjourn or change, to move forward on that. So let's take the vote to reconsider. Motion to reconsider.
Yes, is
Combs has not,
reconsider.
said that
Ms.
she'd be
Bates.
willing to withdraw it, and Ms. Bates has not brought that forward either. So we're taking another vote for reconsideration, which it'll open up the discussion again. All right, so let's go.
All right, Ellen, to reconsider.
No.
Okay, just, you're giving me a concern that I don't know. You know what you're voting on this, right? Or do I need to explain it to everybody?
Explain it.
Okay. You're voting on whether or not to have the original vote that was just taken to be reconsidered. So if you vote this through, it's as if that first vote never happened and you're back into discussion as to appointments.
And would that have to be today or could that be at a later date? Just putting
Let's-
it out there.
No, don't go there yet.
Legally speaking, you could move it to another date, but understand, just so we're all clear, you are high wiring act this thing. Okay, this is a high wire act. So just know what's going on.
All right, ready?
To
To reconsider.
Alan? No.
Okay, Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
To reconsider,
to reconsider.
Reconsider. No. No.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, Doherty,
Doherty, no.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Gripe,
Gripe, no.
Michelle is gone. Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Juby,
Maybe no.
Caius,
Nice, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis, Linder,
Linda, no.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Hennessis,
Hennessis, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgis,
Just no.
Carver,
Carver, no.
Tepe,
Tempe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young,
No.
and Ms. Gums, did you want to have a vote?
Don't want to vote? or you
So
vote
if I,
no?
voting no?
Okay.
All right, that fails.
okay, so that fails. So we're going back to what you originally said, is that
So she could appeal.
fails. So that means that the original, if I may, hope I'm right, that the original committees stay intact
Release so,
and
yes.
that I will fill it with a variety of different appointments. So Mr. Berman, you have named Chair of Finance.
He remains chair of finance.
He remains Chair of Finance. All committee chairs remain intact as they were in 22 to 24 with no additional changes. Those committee members who were in the previous committees remain intact. That answers your question. So everything remains in place and the vacant positions will be replaced with my consideration. And I will do so in an open format.
Question for the attorney.
So that's a summary. Yes, sir.
Just procedurally, the chair is going to name people to fill those slots. Can she just do that or does she have to come back to a meeting before that happens?
I'm gonna double check, but based on my reading of 248, she can do it and there's
Good.
no consensus needed by the board.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, very good. So yes, sir.
I have to leave, but I did find that women's group. It's Women in Aviation. I emailed Mr. Banker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, may I have who wants to be the new Mr. Kenyon?
New
I'm
Kenyon?
sorry, do we have any committee updates?
Committee updates, yeah.
No committee
What,
updates?
what committees do we have?
I'm sitting here, so I will move adjournment.
Doherty moves to adjournment to my birthday.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Doherty is a motion to adjourn. A second, all
To
in favor,
adjourn to
aye.
my
Have a-
birthday on January.
Yay.
See you tomorrow.
To the new board members, it does get better.
Don't say that.
It was.
Had it gotten any worse than this
I guess we-
before? Miss Ellen?